Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
The Adventures of Jackie Chan, Superman in Marvel. Part 1. Uncle's Antique Shop. The hall was filled with items in a chaotic yet orderly fashion. Looking over, a person was lying behind the cash register, wearing a blue t-shirt and khaki pants. With a robust build, this man was quite eye-catching. He opened his sleep-filled eyes at this moment, awakened by a familiar voice. In a daze. Jade, you should. As he opened his eyes, he saw that Uncle's antique shop was now covered in packed antiques, books, and their luggage. This. Jackie subconsciously touched his head, wondering, what is going on? He looked around, and Uncle was busily shuttling between his bedroom and study, packing luggage and items. He wasn't sure what had happened, looking blankly at his own intact hands, and, catching a glimpse of the scar that had existed but was now gone. How is this possible? Jackie widened his eyes, suddenly realizing, didn't Jade change my past? No, wasn't I on my way home after dealing with Drago? Just as he was thinking, a familiar pain struck. Ow. He covered the painful spot and looked at the culprit, Uncle. Do you want to exhaust Uncle? No. Then hurry up and brew a pot of tea for Uncle. Uncle is very thirsty right now. Besides, you were the one who said we should move, yet you are still dawdling here. Hurry up, the truck is here. Uncle pointed at the large moving truck outside, which had already slowly pulled up in front of Uncle's antique shop. Jackie quickly grabbed Uncle's shoulders, forcing him to look at him. Uncle, I want to say something. You might not believe it, but everything I say is true. Ow, Uncle, what are you doing? Before he could continue, he covered his head again, looking at Uncle with great grievance. Uncle looked different than usual at this moment, like a shrewd and wise old man. No, he was simply a wise old man. His glasses flashed with a glint of light, and he gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Jackie, do not tell anyone about this matter. The Grand Master has already told me. As for you, just go and do what you think is right. Your heart is pure and bright, and your actions match your words, it will guide you to the right path. Uncle, you. Jackie stared at Uncle in complete shock. His situation had actually just passed like that. Uncle, are you sure this isn't some magic? Did I just temporarily return to the past? Yeah. Uncle let out a long howl. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get moving, go and coordinate with the driver. He is about to smash Uncle's door down. Yes, Uncle, I'm going right now. Uncle took off his glasses and wiped them, watching Jackie's back, muttering, Jackie, every choice leads to a different path, and you have already taken a different step first. Outside the door, Jackie coordinated with the driver, seeing 4 large trucks parked on the side of the road. It must be Uncle's collection of books and some of his own books. Their luggage and even antiques combined didn't even amount to 1%. The information on the invoice was surprisingly clear, and the total cost was not a small number. He doubted his own eyes. When did he become so rich? Moreover, these trucks were a bundled service provided by the company he bought the house from. The address on the receipt was actually New York. In other words, he was moving from San Francisco to settle in New York. Sir, is there a problem? Jackie stared at the invoice for a long time without speaking. The person in charge was quite hesitant, as the shipping fee was not small. No, sir, it's fine. We have already packed everything. You can start loading the truck. Thank you very much. The movers started working vigorously. Jackie was full of questions. What exactly was going on? He did have some savings, but it definitely wasn't enough to buy a house. No, those were not important. The main thing was, how did he come back? If his memory wasn't scrambled, their group should have been on the way home. No Shendu, no Drago, no Daolong, nothing at all. Returning inside the house, Jackie found Uncle. Uncle, how did I buy this house? I shouldn't be able to afford a house, especially a detached one. Silly child, did you forget that you helped a wealthy businessman? I remember it was the boss of Oscorp Industries. You solved a problem for him, and when he happened to know you wanted to move, he sold it to you at a cheaper price to return the favor. Uncle said while staring closely at these clumsy movers, fearing that his antiques would have any problems. Yeah, Be gentle, this is porcelain from the late Ming dynasty, and that is a dish from the late Qing dynasty. Be gentle, slow down, you rude fellows. Uncle, Jackie was full of question marks again. Oscorp Industries. Why hadn't he heard of it before? He was just an archaeologist, what kind of problem could he help them solve? He really couldn't figure out the reason, with no thoughts. Fine, if he couldn't figure it out, then forget it. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a road. No. If Uncle and I leave now, what about Jade? Jackie turned back to look at the calendar on the wall. Jade would be coming in a few days. It seems I have to call my cousin Shinkson and give her my new address so that Jade can go directly to New York instead of San Francisco, he. Thinking with a silly smile, he suddenly thought of Captain Black. This time, going to New York meant he wouldn't have to stay in Section 13 forever. No, the talismans, the masks, if these fell into the hands of Shendu and the bad guys, it would cause even greater danger. Thinking about it this way, going to New York didn't seem like a good thing. Recalling the experiences one by one, it all came down to one sentence: he needed Captain Black's help. No, wouldn't this mean he would have to experience the twists and turns of the past again and again and again and again? Oh my God, Uncle, Grand Master, I don't want to experience that painful time again. Jackie held his head, feeling a bit broken. As the saying goes, speak of the devil. On the street, Captain Black frowned as he watched the passing workers. If his assistant hadn't reported it, he wouldn't even know that Jackie was moving, nor where he was moving to. He was a very reliable consultant he had been watching for a long time, and could be considered his final gift to Section 13. However, this matter hadn't been facilitated yet, and Jackie was about to leave. He hadn't even met this old friend once. Ding a ling. The shop is closed, my friend. Uncle didn't even turn his head, while Captain Black and Jackie shared a century-long stare. Jackie, my friend, long time no see. It's you, Captain Black, long time no see. The two of them feigned as if it had really been a long time, hugging each other tightly. The excessive enthusiasm made both of them tense up secretly inside. Why are you here? For these 6 years, you have been silent and without any news. Jackie weighed his words, although they were very familiar, he still had to be polite at this moment. I was passing by. He pointed to the window. I wasn't sure when I saw you outside just now, so I came in to confirm. It really has been a long time, Jackie. Yes, it's a pity I am moving, otherwise I could have prepared to host you. There will be opportunities, Jackie. Where are you moving to? We are moving to New York to live. New York. Captain Black's tone couldn't hide his joy. Is it still in Chinatown or nearby? Yes, in a neighborhood not far from Chinatown. Jackie looked at him suspiciously, a certain possibility suddenly growing in his heart. What a coincidence. I was notified a while ago that I am about to be transferred to New York for work. Once I am settled, I will definitely have plenty of time to come and see you. What? Jackie was shocked when he heard this, feeling quite miserable, thinking that he didn't seem to need Captain Black that much. He could be more careful when looking for the talismans. Ha ha ha, it's a deal, I will definitely come. So, are you leaving again now? Jackie wanted to stop him. I am very busy, Jackie. Believe me, when we get to New York, I will tell you everything, my best friend. Fine, me too, Captain Black. I will not forget our friendship. A whole month. Jackie and Uncle finally cleaned up the new home, making it tidy. Once they received the business license they had already applied for, Uncle's antique shop would be reborn in New York. Jackie stood in front of the window at the entrance, bathing in the sunlight. During this time, he finally sorted out what kind of situation he was in. He inexplicably discovered that his reputation was much higher than it had been at the same period before. Many things that he had originally completed later were already completed now. For this reason, he wrote a bestseller archaeological book, Open Double Angle Bracket Relics and Civilization Close Double Angle Bracket, which broke through the circle a bit, and this was also one of the main reasons he was able to buy this house. Having finished reading the book he wrote, it met his standards very well. This feeling was okay. He went to the kitchen, brewed a pot of tea for Uncle, and carried it to the front desk. This place was even larger than before, making it convenient for Uncle to conduct simple research here. After all, the new uncle's antique shop didn't have walls in the true sense, they were all walls built of books, convenient for searching. Uncle held the teacup, letting the steam condense on his glasses. Jackie, during this time, you should have adapted to this environment, which is still quite familiar. Ah, yes, Uncle. This is our new home. There is nothing to adapt or not. But, Uncle, I don't understand, why is it like this? Sigh, this situation of yours is also what the Grand Master told me in general terms. He said that the methods we used at the time were just following the same pattern over and over again, leading to the automatic changes in the world line. During that period, the opening of the demon gates one after another, and other various factors, caused this to happen. Uncle took a sip of tea to catch his breath. There is one more important point. Because of the excessive opening of the demon gates, the ebb and flow of good and evil will also become a thing of the past. So in this cycle, our struggle with the demons will be a fight to the death. Jackie, everything in the future will depend on you. No, Uncle. When Jackie eagerly wanted to tell him everything he knew about what had happened, he was directly interrupted by Uncle. Jackie, listen to me. Your prophecy is a double-edged sword. In the short term, it can make things easier for us, but in the long run, it will tip the scales of victory step by step toward the other side. This is a warning to us. So, relying on you has never been empty talk. Uncle, but you solved all the future things, I didn't contribute much. No, my child, I have seen your talent. Otherwise, destiny would not have chosen you. But you don't need to worry. The Grand Master told me that the lost side of justice, which is you, will receive rewards in the dark, although I don't know what they are. Uncle smacked his lips. After saying so much, he was suddenly a bit tired. This was not a good omen, but he didn't force himself. Jackie, Uncle is a bit sleepy. You watch the shop for Uncle, I'm going to take a nap. Okay, Uncle. One more thing, I wrote a job posting. Remember to post it on the door. Okay, Uncle. One more thing. A long silence, while believing in yourself, do not reject other powers, and at the same time, adapt to them. Ah, yes, Uncle. Jackie watched Uncle go upstairs with worry. That momentary fatigue suddenly flashed. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed. Clenching his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white, Jackie himself was also not calm. In the blink of an eye, quite some time had passed. Jackie walked along a bustling street, completely different from San Francisco. The flow of people was denser than anything he had rarely seen before. The people here were so fast, weaving and crisscrossing through the crowd with such wide, sweeping movements that he, who was merely strolling, felt completely out of place. At that moment, he squeezed out of the central crowd and walked along the edge, passing a dim, narrow alley. It was dark and damp here, with 2 rows of green trash cans neatly lined up at the corners of the buildings on either side. Standing by the trash cans, 2 burly men with full beards, wearing red plaid shirts and blue jeans, were blocking a thin, frail young man, who looked like a student. Each of them had one hand pressing on the young man's shoulders, roughly shoving him against the trash cans, while both reached out their other hands, intending to demand money. Jackie stood at the entrance of the alley, feeling helpless. Watching this scene, he truly couldn't believe that such an appalling thing could happen in New York, an international metropolis. He had been to New York many times before, whether for academic reasons, searching for talismans, or otherwise, and had never encountered a situation like this. Seeing that the boy was afraid of being hurt and had no choice but to compromise, Jackie quickly straightened the documents in his hand and shouted, "Stop it." The 2 burly men were startled and instinctively turned around. Jackie's appearance didn't seem very imposing to them, he still looked like a baby-faced man, so they immediately revealed a look of disdain. You want to help him? He nudged his companion with his elbow. Look at this guy, he's not even as big as my grandma's butt. Ha 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 ha. I think he's looking for death. One of them roughly shoved the boy to the ground. Kid, you'd better not run, otherwise, it won't be so easy to talk next time we catch you. Hey tilde PFFT. Jackie stared at the 2 men seriously, his left arm extended forward, his legs bent, already poised for action. Seeing this stance, the 2 men gradually stopped smiling. While becoming uncharacteristically serious, they each pulled out a switchblade and aimed it at Jackie. In an instant, Jackie took 3 short steps, leapt 3 meters high, flew over their heads, and landed behind them. He quickly pulled the boy up. Are you okay? Go quickly. Don't worry, they definitely won't catch up to you, and I won't let them bother you again. The boy shook his head in fear, and seeing them make a move, he quickly signaled for Jackie to be careful. Ah! The robber shouted, thrusting his knife forward, aiming straight for his abdomen. Jackie pushed the young man aside and nimbly dodged. At the same time, he stepped on the wall, turned around, and delivered a flying kick, landing a solid hit on the robber's jaw. The robber flew out silently like a spinning top, crashing into the wall with a loud bang and losing consciousness. The companion was immediately so frightened by this scene that he dared not make any further moves. He opened his hands upward, held the knife between his thumb and index finger, slowly lowered it, and dropped it on the ground. He wanted to check on his companion but was too afraid to move, his face full of struggle. Seeing the crowd gradually gathering, Jackie realized this wasn't a good sign, so he admonished them, HMPH, you need to find proper jobs. Doing this is completely wrong. You cannot commit these illegal crimes again, do you understand? Tomorrow, no, today, we will go find proper jobs. We will definitely not rob anyone again. The burly man swallowed instinctively, it seemed that scene had made quite an impact on him. His eyes drifted toward his companion again. Jackie heard his promise and didn't push things to the limit, hoping they would truly do as they said and go find work. You haven't left yet. Jackie turned back, looking quite surprised at the boy, who still looked young and was likely a student at some nearby university. You saw it too, they should have turned over a new leaf and won't bother you again. After a moment of shock and surprise, the boy held his head and looked at Jackie. Chinese Kung Fu. Oh my god, I want to learn too. Can you teach me? I want to be able to jump 3 meters high just like you. He just smiled, took out his phone, and checked the time, instantly freaking out. Sorry, I'm going to be late. Goodbye. As Jackie's figure gradually disappeared, a red shadow also flashed across the rooftop. As night approached, Jackie dragged his weary body and slowly returned to Uncle's antique shop. With a ding, a strange figure blocked his way. Oh, sir, hello. You are Mr. Jackie, aren't you? I heard from old man that you went to Empire State University to apply for a professor position. Oh my god, I'm also a student there. My name is Peter Parker. With a warm smile, he excitedly extended his hand. Toby version. Jackie looked at the young man in front of him and responded in a friendly manner. Hello, how did you know about this? Of course old man told me. I needed a job. Earlier today, old man was very generous and took me in to watch the shop and handle some chores. The hours are very flexible, and I'm satisfied with the pay. I see. Sorry, I just found out too. I didn't expect someone to come and ask so soon. Jackie caught his breath and put down the things in his hand. I am Jackie. You can call me by my name directly. As for the interview at Empire State University, my performance today wasn't bad, and it's just the position I expected. My professor focuses on archaeology, mainly responsible for excavating ruins and artifacts. What about you? What is your major? Mr. Cheng, Uncle Jackie. Seeing that he didn't react, he instinctively followed that form of address. I'm studying physics. Physics. I also have a little research in physics. Then do you know Dr. Otto? Peter looked at him excitedly. He is top tier in the field of thermonuclear energy. And Mr. Osborne has made breakthrough progress in the energy sector. Jackie was stunned and looked at Peter in surprise. This kid seemed to have a very high talent in the relevant field. I know Dr. Otto. His philosophy is truly noble and great. He should be researching bioengineering now. As for Mr. Osborne, he even helped me buy this building a while ago. Peter looked at Jackie in confusion, secretly thinking, Uncle Osborne really has a wide circle of friends. Old man came out of the study with a broom at this moment. Are you slacking off? Go quickly and sweep the dust off my bookcase. Why is New York so dry? It's really uncomfortable. Old man, I'm going right now. He nodded apologetically to Jackie and quickly went to work. Old man leaned in mysteriously. Jackie, see that? A student from Empire State University, cheap and easy to use. This is so much better than San Francisco. Quote. Old man, how much are you paying him? Don't exploit your employees, you know. Otherwise, the legal department will be knocking on the door soon. Old man didn't hesitate to give him a whack. Ow, old man. What do you take your old man for? There is one more thing. Your former colleague called to invite you to Bavaria to explore some ruins, saying they want to find a shield. Old man pondered for a moment. There is one more thing. Do you know what this shield is for? The shield isn't important. No, the shield is definitely important. What am I saying? Awu tilde tilde. Only after getting whacked did Jackie honestly and quietly say, it's the lost Ludwig treasure, old man. The shield is hidden among those treasures, and there are many traps inside. However, the rooster talisman is on the shield, and at the same time, two forces are eyeing it covetously, the Dark Hand and Jackie suddenly recalled the situation with Captain Black. He seemed to have been transferred to New York. Although he didn't know what he was doing, at least he should have been promoted. That meant Section 13 wouldn't appear in his future days. But his heart darkened. That meeting with him the other day made it seem like he wouldn't let him off the hook. Alright, stop talking. Old man knows. There is one more thing. Your niece will be arriving in a few days. Remember to welcome her. Seeing him lost in deep thought, old man immediately interrupted his train of thought and picked up the book he wanted to study, heading back to the study. How many days is a few days? That's quite slow. It was you who wanted old man to move. Otherwise, your quirky niece would have arrived a long time ago. You're making me angry. There is one more thing. Brew a pot of tea for old man, make it strong. Old man is relying on it to keep his life going. Jackie hurried to the kitchen and started busy boiling water. On the other side, behind the bookshelf, Peter Parker had been secretly observing their every move through the gaps in the books. Honestly, he had noticed them after they moved here. At the same time, he had been observing Uncle Jackie for several days. He didn't know why he chose this place, but when he saw Uncle Jackie, he felt a natural sense of closeness in his heart. Just, brave, kind, and strong sense of responsibility, almost all excellent words could describe him. If he hadn't seen him show off his skills in that dim alley earlier today, he would have been amazed. He himself was, considered mutated to be able to do that, but Uncle Jackie looked like just a normal person. So, he came straight here to try his luck. He didn't expect that old man would so easily take him in as an assistant. Hi, Peter. Just as he was lost in thought, Jackie, carrying the tea and preparing to go upstairs, saw him still working and called out. Yes, Uncle Jackie, is something the matter? Do you live near here? It's getting late. You can clock off and rest. Leave the rest to me. Jackie smiled warmly. By the way, there's food in the kitchen. You can eat before you leave. Okay, thank you, Uncle Jackie. I'll leave once I finish cleaning up here. Okay, be careful on your way. Looking at Uncle Jackie's not so broad shoulders, this warm, strange feeling was a radiance he rarely felt, except from his uncle, aunt, and good friend Harry, making him so fascinated. It's just a pity. Outside the house, the neon lights had long since lit up the whole city. Peter quickly and seriously finished the work at hand, ate a serving of authentic Chinese-style stir-fried noodles, and happily merged into the crowd to go home, thinking that maybe tomorrow would be a wonderful day. Old man stood in front of the window, looking at the bustling city. The window was clearly not open, but strangely, a gust of wind visibly passed through. Jackie, who had just entered, knew that this was old man's master, Grand Master, communicating with old man. He put down the teapot and was silently preparing to go out when, Jackie. Old man. Never mind, do what you think is right. I believe your excellent character won't let you go down the wrong path. Jackie scratched his head in confusion. Seeing old man wave for him to go out, he didn't hesitate. Although he didn't understand, this time he must do better than last time. Thick, overgrown bushes and a damp environment made a squelching sound with every step. A group of four paused briefly by a huge boulder to drink some water before getting up to cross a large, seemingly man-made forest ahead. The journey was not long, and soon they found what they were looking for, the castle. Overhead, unknown birds chirped in bursts. Jackie Chan chuckled. A bit strange, isn't it? The tense atmosphere instantly relaxed quite a bit. How amazing. Two landslides squeezed the castle in the middle, yet it didn't cause any structural damage. Instead, it became a natural barrier. Everyone, our trip this time was not in vain. Having stood there for so long without seeing any danger, the white-bearded old man among them looked high-spirited. He stepped forward while speaking, touching the wall to try and find an entrance. This wasn't Jackie Chan's first time here, so he didn't need to go through all that trouble. He only needed to find a loose, weathered stone and pull it out, and the castle's gate would appear once the dirt crumbled away. Jackie Chan's confident look made the other three exchange glances. They stopped in their tracks to see how he would solve the problem. He pulled out a medium-sized stone. After a brief pause, the mud and rocks instantly slid away with a rustling sound, spreading out like a miniature mudslide. The castle had been preserved under the dirt, and the gate was just very damp. There shouldn't be any major problems next. Who knows what that mad king hid in the castle? Another adult man looked around, his eyes gleaming with greed as he touched everything left and right, completely ignoring the safety warnings Jackie Chan kept giving. It's said he was obsessed with wealth. Maybe there are gold, silver, and jewels inside. Subconsciously, Jackie Chan blurted out what he knew, and immediately regretted it. He looked at his colleague, who was already showing a greedy expression. Oh my goodness, bad day, bad day, bad day. Jackie, are you okay? The only female archivist stepped forward. Actually, I wanted to say, thank you so much for coming. Otherwise, our trip would have definitely been in vain. My pleasure, ma'am, Jackie Chan smiled politely. First was a long, narrow, and dark corridor. Out of repair for years, the wall plaster sagged, and the dim light happened to hide some holes. Jackie Chan walked at the very front, skillfully clearing away all the traps set by the original owner along the way. The three behind him looked at him with sheer disbelief, thinking, you are way too familiar with this place. Outside. Are we going in? A group of people in the forest were observing the entrance from afar with binoculars. Among them, a tall man with a band-aid on the bridge of his nose spread his hands and asked. Are you crazy? Chow asked. Exactly. Leave this kind of thing to those, ologists, or whatever. We just need to wait here and let them do the work for us. But aren't we being watched by that group of strangers? What should we do? Chow, although I don't know who they are, don't you feel a familiar vibe from their style? Ratso and Chow looked at each other, both seeing a hint of realization in the other's eyes. You mean Captain Black of Section 13? Looks like that guy got promoted and rich by stepping on us, Ratso said. Meanwhile, on the highest cliff above them, a bald man in a trench coat was also holding binoculars to observe the exit. Sharp as he was, he also noticed the black hand hiding in the forest. Officer, should we go down and deal with this group first? A crowd of people in suits and leather shoes, polished to a shine, had sharp eyes like eagles, each looking like a robot. No, it's not time yet, is it? Next is the protagonist time. It will be a grand show. Everyone can observe closely, the Black Hand is nothing more than a minor nuisance to him. Oh, is that really so, officer? Captain Black cast a meaningful glance at the soldier behind him and smiled without speaking. He had this confidence in his best friend. Rumble. The castle suddenly collapsed internally, making a loud rumbling sound as it rapidly imploded. Captain Black quickly raised his binoculars to watch the exit with concern. Before he could issue an order, 3 people ran out of the entrance. At the same time, from a height of 4 or 5 meters, Jackie Chan rode a shield, bursting through a wall. Relying on his amazing physical fitness in midair, he pulled the shield from under his buttocks to his chest, rolled smoothly upon landing, and stood firm. Only then did he slowly turn back to look at the completely collapsed ruins. Oh my god! Everyone gasped at this Superman-like feat. Rewinding a few minutes. Under Jackie Chan's guidance, they entered the room full of dazzling jewels and gold with ease. He warned them, don't touch anything after you go in. Let me see if there are any self-destruct devices. Alright, Jackie. The only female in the team trusted him deeply, slowly supporting the old man as they went in. The other man was practically drooling, looking unable to contain himself. Jackie Chan looked around the entrance, locking his eyes on the shield stuck in the pile of gold coins, with the red rooster talisman in the center looking so conspicuous. Looking around again, he remembered that Kevin picking up a scepter was what caused this destruction. Where exactly was the connection? Before anyone could react, that guy took advantage of Jackie Chan's distraction, slipped quietly along the wall, picked up a gem, and after examining it for a moment, wanted to keep it for himself. The treasury seemed to be triggered, once again becoming overburdened, as wall plaster and dust began to fall rapidly. Jackie Chan was startled. Turning around, he saw Kevin stuffing something into his pocket. What are you doing? Oh no, everyone get out quickly. He quickly kicked up a long staff, accurately wedging it at the doorway to support the falling stone door. Doctor, quick! Kevin had already slipped away, being the first to pass through the stone door in panic. Jackie Chan did not hesitate either, quickly jumping into the pile of gold coins to pull out the shield. Amazingly, when he touched the rooster talisman, it instantly turned into a ring of light, dissolving around his hand. Ah! What's going on? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of stones crashing to the ground and gold coins clinking was endless. His three colleagues had already escaped, and the stone door had closed, so he could only take the old route again. With a running jump several yards high, he skillfully crawled into the ventilation duct, placed the shield under his buttocks, and soon burst through the wall under the force of gravity. In midair, Jackie Chan had never felt his body be so light. He could easily absorb the impact with a gentle roll and stand steady. He looked in disbelief at his hand that the talisman had merged with. Could it be the talisman? After a brief moment of surprise, Captain Black and his men quickly assembled and began to close in on Jackie Chan's direction. Closely monitor the movements of the Black Hand. Officer, they appear to be retreating. Continue observing. I'm going to meet my old friend. Oh my god, officer, is your friend even human? Jumping down from so high and he's completely fine. Ha ha ha, there will be many more bizarre stories in the future. It was a joke, but Captain Black never dreamed it would turn out to be prophetic. Coming back to his senses, Jackie Chan angrily found Kevin. What were you doing? Do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions almost were? He reached into Kevin's pocket, pulled out a translucent green gem, and shouted sharply, "This belongs to the museum, it's not yours." Before handing it to Jane, who was standing nearby. As Captain Black's men gathered around, Jackie Chan was still wondering why Kevin didn't argue back. Hi, my friend Tilda. The familiar voice made him turn around. Captain Black. What are you doing here? Only then did he notice that they were already surrounded by many people, all fully armed and on high alert. Captain Black nodded toward that man, who was immediately taken away. His assistant also escorted the other two aside, and only then did he say, "Welcome to District 9, my friend. I sincerely invite." I agree. What? I agree to join District 9. Captain Black subconsciously rubbed his bald head. He hadn't even delivered the long speech he had prepared. So, did you get promoted after leaving San Francisco? Jackie Chan looked at him in surprise. In the past, he would have worked in Section 13 until he was old. No, because of Jade, he had changed to a different section. Yes. Captain Black led him onto the helicopter. I got lucky this time. District 9 is a secret unit under joint military and political jurisdiction, reporting directly to the Commander-in-Chief. But seriously, Jackie, have you really thought about joining us? He glared at him in annoyance. You've said so much, do I even have the right to leave? He, true enough. But I'm inviting you to be a District 9 consultant. We won't ask you to do any field operations. Although you have great kung fu, other things won't affect you too much. You just need to keep our unit a secret. Jackie Chan nodded helplessly. Then, where are we going? And my colleagues, what about them? The helicopter had already taken off, but the faces of the others were nowhere to be seen. We've been closely monitoring all your movements along the way. That guy named Kevin seems to have done something he shouldn't have. Don't worry, Jackie, I'll handle it. Except for that guy, the others will be fine and will return home through normal channels. Well, alright. Thank you very much, Captain Black. I didn't know what to do. Even though I clearly warned him, he still chose to do it. Wealth moves people's hearts. Not everyone has a heart like yours, willing to let go of everything. Alright, could you give me a detailed introduction to this District 9? Of course. Honestly, when I came to New York, I didn't know if I'd have the chance to invite you, but everything here has opened my eyes. You will definitely love it here. Elevating Captain Black's status to be similar to District 9 in Transformers, top tier, with a higher level of mystery. After all, there is shield in this world. A thick, massive cumulus cloud slowly hovered in the sky, blotting out the sun, as a cool breeze chimed the wind chimes and entered Uncle's antique shop. Jackie Chan had been away from the antique shop for quite some time now. On that day, after only a brief introduction to Jade, he had to board a flight to Bavaria. He knew he would have plenty of time with Jade in the future, but because of this single hiccup, their relationship unexpectedly hadn't progressed by leaps and bounds as it had before. The breeze swirled inside Uncle's antique shop. Meanwhile, Jade was slumped listlessly over the front counter, staring blankly at Peter, who was off to the side, earnestly reading what looked like a book of gibberish. He was also doing some other chores as instructed by Uncle. Bored, Jade glanced around, stood up to stretch, and approached him with her hands shoved in her hoodie pockets. Hi, Peter. Hi, Jade. He put down his book and gave a warm reply. She glanced at the cover, written by Dr. Otto, something or other. She couldn't understand any of the other words, but Peter was still thoroughly savoring the intricacies within. Don't you get bored reading all the time? And books that normal people can't even understand at that. Jade said listlessly, don't you like a thrilling, exciting life? Peter froze. If it weren't for Jade's utterly drained expression, he would have suspected he had somehow exposed his secret identity. Jade, I really love my major and what I do. Dr. Otto is a scientist who can benefit all of humanity. Uh-huh. She didn't understand any of this. Propping herself up listlessly on a small side table, her mind began to wander again. Peter scratched his head, not quite understanding Jade's mood swings. Shrugging, he went back to his careful reading. But Uncle was absolutely not going to let them idle about so leisurely. Iya, what are you doing? He tossed a book to Peter. You, help me translate this article. I'll need it when Jackie Chan gets back. Before Peter could even react, he added, and one more thing, make Uncle a pot of tea. Oh, okay, Uncle. Peter left in a daze. Uncle immediately pulled up the listless Jade. Don't just lie there. Get up and do some cleaning. Jackie Chan is coming back today, and he'll take you to school then. We can't let you stay at home like this all the time, or you'll fall apart at the slightest touch, just like Uncle's old bones. Uncle, I'm so bored. Saying this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle, do you know who that Spider-Man outside is? In the kitchen, Peter keenly caught the keyword, his sharp ears instantly perking up to eavesdrop. What spider? I only know that spiders are not allowed to spin webs in Uncle's antique shop, or I will definitely sweep them away. Uncle, what are you talking about? Jade glared at Uncle in frustration. She picked up a newspaper and pointed at the photo of the red and blue Spider-Man swinging on his webs. Spider-Man is a hero. He upholds justice, acts bravely for a righteous cause, and protects the weak. He's not some little bug like you said. HMPH. Unmoved, Uncle shoved the broom and dustpan into Jade's arms. Whether he is a hero or not, Uncle doesn't know. But once you finish cleaning the room, you will be the hero of Uncle's antique shop. Now, get to work. Ag. In her frustration, Jade threw down the broom and glared fiercely at Uncle's retreating back. After a while, feeling deflated, she picked up the broom and dustpan and began to clean earnestly. She wanted to make a good impression on Uncle Jackie. She had finally made it to the United States, otherwise, she would be sent back home. Eavesdropping, Peter saw Uncle coming and quickly pretended to carry the tray back to his seat. He sat down and began working on the translation. However, Jade's praise warmed his heart. It proved that his choice was not wrong, just as Uncle Ben had hoped. With great power comes great responsibility. Ding-ling-ling. The clinking of the wind chimes broke the quiet atmosphere of the shop as Jackie Chan walked in with a shield tucked under his arm. Looking over, he saw only Jade diligently cleaning. He was surprised for a moment. In the past, she wouldn't budge no matter how many times she was called. Looking at Jade now, at least she didn't seem to be forced by Uncle. Hello, Jade. How are you doing? He walked over to the young girl. The way she looked at him was a bit distant, which made Jackie Chan feel a little down. Ever since he walked in, Jade had stood straight and waited. It wasn't until he squatted in front of her that she said, "Hello, Uncle Jackie. Are you getting used to living here?" "Yeah, everything is great." Jade blinked, a telltale habit of hers when lying. Jackie Chan clearly caught it. There was nothing he could do. In his mind, Jade shouldn't have to go through those thrilling and dangerous things anymore. Who knew if they could successfully keep her out of it? "It seems you're a bit bored. How about I take you out for steak tomorrow? I've also arranged your school. It's not far from Peter's school, Empire State University." "Peter Parker, I think you two should be quite familiar with each other by now." "Oh, yeah, that bookworm who does nothing but read." Hearing this, Jackie Chan, who had just started to stand up, froze. He squatted back down and looked into Jade's eyes. "Jade, that's not right of you. Judging people with prejudice will make your worldview very narrow and closed-minded. People are multi-dimensional, you know." Startled, Jade lowered her head in grievance. "Sorry, I understand." Sigh. Jackie Chan couldn't bear to see her like this either. He stood up and patted her shoulders. "Come on, I brought back a lot of interesting things. For example, a moose." He had it hidden behind the shield and suddenly pulled it out. Jade's eyes widened as she stared at it in pleasant surprise. "Thank you, Uncle Jackie. I love this so much." She cheered, throwing her arms around Uncle Jackie's neck. "Jackie." Uncle poked his head out of the study to see who it was. Then, staring at the shield, he quickly stepped forward, snatched it away, and held it in front of his face to closely inspect what was so different about this thing. "Uncle, there's something I need to tell you." Before he could continue, "Ow. What are you still standing there for? Peter is already translating the article. You come and help me translate too." "But uncle, can we wait a moment?" Uncle glanced back and noticed Jade. He let out a slow sigh. "Fine, we'll eat out today. Call Peter. The more I look at that boy, the more I like him." Uncle paused, "And one more thing, do you know about Spider-Man?" "What?" Jackie Chan was momentarily stunned. Spider-Man. What was that? How come he had never heard of it before? "Well, I knew you wouldn't know either. The world of young people is truly hard to understand." Uncle took the shield back to the study to put it away. Peter was still completely immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Although he was a science student, translation work shouldn't be too difficult for him either. Uncle leaned in to check on his progress, and what he saw shocked him. "Ow!" Peter clutched his head, looking extremely aggrieved. "It's been so long, and you've only translated one paragraph." "Hee hee, Uncle, this is a bit difficult for me. I have to look up all kinds of vocabulary and usage. If this were physics, I definitely wouldn't make such mistakes." "Hey, you still dare to argue? Quick, put your coat on. Jackie Chan is treating us." What?" Peter thought Uncle would tell him to sit up straight again, so he was stunned to hear this. "Uncle Jackie is back. Then I must go see him." In a flash, he was gone. That evening, they returned to Uncle's antique shop. Jackie gently carried the sleeping Jade, carefully tucking her into her room, taking off her jacket, and covering her with the blanket. Who knew what the child was dreaming about? Her brow furrowed repeatedly, looking very uneasy. Before long, she adjusted her posture, curling up as she slept. Sigh. Jackie brushed aside her stray hairs. She was far away from her parents, yet she had to go through these dangers with him. He quietly reaffirmed his resolve. Unless absolutely necessary, such as her discovering something on her own, he would not let her have any contact with this kind of stressful life. "Jackie." Uncle called out softly as he passed by the doorway. "I'm coming, Tilda." He lowered his voice, treading lightly as he left the room to follow Uncle. "Jade is a quirky and mischievous child. You have to set a good example, you hear?" "I know, Uncle. It's just that this time, she seems quite distant with me. I'm also a bit unsure of how to get along with Jade from now on. Just be yourself." Uncle raised his voice. Once they reached the study, he closed the door firmly and stared at Jackie, waiting to see how he would explain. Jackie explained the matter of him encountering the talisman to Uncle in detail, then waited for Uncle, who had lowered his head in deep thought, to snap back to reality. After a long while, Could this be what the Grand Master spoke of, your destiny, Jackie? What? Jackie didn't understand for a moment. Ouch. HMPH. You're just not as clever as Jade. After teaching Jackie a lesson, Uncle grabbed one of his hands and examined it closely. You said the rooster talisman allows levitation. Although he didn't understand why Uncle was holding his hand, he still answered honestly, yes, Uncle. Picture the book on the desk in your mind. At the same time, Uncle pointed Jackie's hand toward the desk. Imagine it flying up and flying toward you. Hearing this, his sharp gaze fixed on the book. His mind connected effortlessly, without any delay, discomfort, or obstacle. As naturally as breathing, the book floated right into his hand. Based on the clues and information you gave me, I've looked up a lot of information over the past few days, Jackie. Uncle took out the Compendium of Dark Magic, a book that spanned the entirety of his past life, from a dusty corner and placed it on the desk. He adjusted his glasses. This is the magic book that Shendu had to rely on. Time in the netherworld constantly erodes a demon's wisdom and power. But this time, it won't be as simple as locking him back in the netherworld, we must completely destroy the demon. Yes, Uncle, you've already emphasized that to me many times. To be honest, if it was about destroying demons, he actually lacked confidence. After all, even locking them up took a massive amount of effort. This time, Uncle didn't do anything extra, but gave serious instructions. This power is a seed. For it to take root and sprout, you need to work hard to cultivate it. Because of this, it is an idealistic power, similar to magic yet different. You must not reject it, you must accept it, understand? Uncle, can I really do it? He tried controlling various objects in the study to float in the air, to the point where every single item in the study was suspended in midair. Uncle observed Jackie's excited state in his expression, which was as calm as a placid water surface, showing absolutely no difficulty. Uncle suddenly felt that there was no need to worry too much about this kid, his compatibility with this power was perfect. Jackie didn't notice that Uncle had already left, completely immersed in the complex emotions of obtaining the rooster talisman. This power had only existed in him for barely over a day, yet he could clearly sense his body's changes every single second. It was filling his body, making him stronger. Wee woo, wee woo. Outside the building, sirens wailed loudly as police cars chased an old-fashioned blue Chevrolet. Both sides sped down the narrow road. The high-speed turns made the tires emit blue smoke, and a drift knocked over a roadside trash can, scattering garbage everywhere. Hearing the noise, Jackie leaned out of the window, holding onto the frame, watching the distant red taillights gradually disappear. Just as he was hesitating whether to help, a dark shadow swung through the air behind the convoy, shooting something repeatedly to swing and accelerate forward. He gasped. Jackie gasped, suddenly thinking of the Spider-Man Uncle had mentioned. He quickly climbed out of the second-floor window, landing as light as a feather, with the rooster talisman naturally aiding his movement. Before Jackie could even arrive, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously from afar. Lacking a good view from the ground, he stepped onto a first-floor windowsill while running and flew straight up to the rooftop. Whoa tilde. Jackie looked down at the ground in surprise. He had floated up 7 stories just like that. Before, he would have had to expend quite some effort to get up here. At the center of the conflict, the police cars and the Chevrolet were trading fire across the street. The thugs were incredibly well equipped, with no shortage of automatic rifles and hand grenades, keeping the police pinned down. If Spider-Man's arrival hadn't panicked them and caused them to flip their car, there was no telling how long the chase would have lasted. Swinging through the air, Spider-Man was constantly suppressed by the gunfire. Finding no good opening, he had no choice but to retreat back to the police cars. He needed backup, or at least a distraction. We need to get them to an empty area, there are too many innocent people here. Spider-Man, think of something. The detective leaned against the front tire, reloading his small pistol, occasionally poking his head out to ensure the thugs hadn't left his line of sight. All right. Spider-Man took a deep breath, thinking. How about this? I'll go flip their car back over. That way, they'll definitely get back in, and you guys can get ready to resume the chase. Holy shit. Spider-Man's pupils contracted sharply as 3 hand grenades were thrown precisely over their car. He quickly shot web lines from both hands to fling two back, but there was no time left for the third. Take cover. The detective yelled. At the same time, relying on his spider sense, he clearly perceived the grenade stop in midair, as if some force was blocking it from reaching them. Boom, boom, boom. Thick black smoke billowed out, but the smoke was clearly blocked by an invisible barrier. Who's there? Spider-Man instinctively turned around to look for the person. Looking up, he murmured out of sheer familiarity, "Uncle Jackie." Huh. It was just a small, three-story building, but Jackie clearly heard the familiar voice. Now was not the time to dwell on that. The thugs were trying to use smoke grenades to escape into the residential area. Trading fire on the open street meant they would be doomed once police backup arrived. Jackie quickly stepped onto the parapet wall, leaping from building to building before doing a mid-air flip to land steadily right in front of the three thugs. You still have a companion left behind. Or are you just going to abandon him? Another guy holding a gun and a grenade was still hiding behind the overturned vehicle. Watch out, there's still someone behind the car. He shouted to warn the police. The detective directed the remaining officers to take cover from the three thugs while attempting to surround the lone fool left behind. Spider-Man swung on his web and finally landed on their other side. This way, unless they fought their way out, they would definitely not escape. Who are you? The leader looked around in panic and threw down a bag of money. Let us leave, and all this money is yours. No, sir. You must face the law and atone for everything you've done, Jackie replied solemnly. Sir. The leader let out a disdainful and complex sneer, giving a subtle look that his companions immediately understood. 3 automatic rifles aimed at Jackie and fired simultaneously. Da da da. To their visible shock, a total of 90 bullets hovered in midair, unable to advance even an inch. Spider-Man stared at Uncle Jackie in a brief daze before snapped out of it, repeatedly shooting webs to restrain the thugs. The two of them stared at each other from a distance. Meeting Uncle Jackie's searching gaze, he felt he had definitely been found out. He quickly turned around, took the remaining thug by surprise, wrapped him up in webbing, and swiftly fled the scene. Jackie scratched his head. He actually really wanted to get to know someone who acted so courageously for a good cause. But who was calling his name just now? Wait, seeing the police closing in, he suddenly realized he had to make a run for it too, leaving behind only a pile of bullets on the ground. The wind chime rang. Uncle Jackie paused his instruction of Jade in confusion, quite surprised that Peter had arrived so early. Morning, Peter. It's not the weekend, do you not have classes? Oh, morning, Uncle Jackie. My classes are in the afternoon. He put his things down with practiced ease and stood next to Jade. You can't slack off with training. Don't worry, Uncle Jackie, I won't miss my classes. The best time of the day is the morning. I am very happy with your diligence, Peter. He crouched down and said to Jade, Peter is a very good role model, Jade. Cheer up. Hearing this, Jade stared at Peter with a very resentful gaze, looking as if she wanted to swallow him whole. She really couldn't understand why he had even more motivation to teach her kung fu than she did herself. This was a process of cultivating the mind, he wouldn't teach overly violent moves too quickly. Peter, meanwhile, benefited greatly from Uncle Jackie's teaching and felt fortunate that he had made the perfect choice regarding all of Uncle Jackie's decisions. Jade hid behind Uncle Jackie, yawning, but her movements were not lazy at all. Every move and stance was very standard. Peter winked at Jade, finally attracting her attention. She responded by blinking back. Peter gave a warm smile, signaling that she could be more serious, and she would definitely not regret it later. He also discovered that, besides Uncle, Jade seemed to know nothing about Uncle Jackie's affairs, so he wouldn't say anything. While the two were joking around, Uncle Jackie stopped breaking down the moves. He saw Captain Black appear at the shop entrance driving his Hummer. Alright, it's getting late. You two should go to class. Go wash up. He grabbed Peter, can you help me take Jade to school? Of course, I will take Jade to school. Thank you very much. I'll treat you to something good later. After saying that, he quickly grabbed his coat and went out to meet Captain Black and get in the car. He was planning to set off for Mexico to find El Toro Fuerte. He didn't expect Captain Black to come at this time. After thinking for a moment, he decided to have an open and honest talk with him. He needed Captain Black's support. Uncle Jackie got into his big Hummer, and they fell into a strange state. Captain Black's face was directed straight ahead, but his peripheral vision kept scanning Uncle Jackie's profile. The morning sun outside the car shone on his bald head, forcing a bead of sweat to slowly trickle down. Uncle Jackie keenly sensed the probing gaze but didn't know how to start the conversation. Last time, his acceptance of these things wasn't very high, and it required a long process. For this trip, Captain Black thought and thought but didn't know how to explain it. His position was too precarious, and he would definitely encounter annoying things and people in the secret base. He wasn't like he was at Section 13, where he could have the final say. Now in District 9, he was only one of 3 leaders. On the surface, he was the highest, but there was a chief of staff holding him back, and a guy from the National Security Agency eyeing him covetously. He couldn't interfere too much with others. The silence along the way finally came to an end. After driving around, they returned to a bustling residential area of New York, which had a feeling of being hidden in plain sight. Arriving on the street, the passing crowds greeted them warmly. The residential density was still quite high. Taking a cursory look, the floating population here shouldn't be high. They were dressed decently and basically owned homes here. Captain Black took him directly into the largest detached building, which was intentionally or unintentionally blocked by ordinary detached buildings. Upon entering, there was just an ordinary living room and dining room, nothing different. Captain Black took him to the utility room under the stairs. Uncle Jackie thought this must be the entrance to the secret base. Standing here, from his perspective, looking through the window outside, one could basically no longer see what they were doing. There was indeed a small door hidden under the wooden stairs, with a 2x2 meter area. It looked like an unprotected lifting platform. After Captain Black entered the password, this area suddenly lit up and began to descend with the sound of grinding gears. The speed was very slow, making it hard to estimate the actual depth of the descent. Bang! A very violent landing. Of course, there was cushioning, so they were fine. All around were materials and alloy blast doors he couldn't understand. Captain Black swiped his card and scanned his pupil and palm print. Welcome to District 9. Click. The sound of the door releasing air briefly covered the sounds inside, followed immediately by the serious discussions of the staff and the rigorous working atmosphere that rushed toward them. Whoa! Uncle Jackie was truly eye-opening this time. It felt completely different from Section 13. First to come into view was Captain Black, which everyone didn't pay much attention to. Until Uncle Jackie appeared, the huge base suddenly went quiet. The last time a newcomer came was their captain, Captain Black. Other than that, no new person had entered here for many years. Captain Black introduced him briefly, pointing behind the crowd, past the public work environment, to a glass room at the very back, where a brown-haired, well-dressed person in charge, Charlie, was sitting, along with John Hanks on the other side. Both of them noticed the sudden change in the environment and looked up to check. A strange black-haired Chinese man, it seemed this was the consultant their good captain had found. Tilting his head, he noticed the other fool had already gone up to greet him. He picked up the materials that had already been organized on the table, as well as some interesting findings, and hurriedly followed. Uncle Jackie saw the 2 men looking so serious they seemed unhappy and suddenly felt a bit nervous. Captain Black also noticed this situation, but he had no good solution. Uncle Jackie, the person in front is from the National Security Agency, named John Hanks. He is not an easy character to get along with. The one behind him is the chief of staff of this base, Charlie. He is in the same boat as me, passable. Goodness, are you sure coming in like this won't cause any bad influence on you? Uncle Jackie swallowed his saliva. The other party was not coming with good intentions. It's okay, I've already greeted them. Captain Black narrowed his eyes and paused. The next intimidation tactic will be up to you to handle. John Hanks wore a pair of glasses, looking very refined, but to Uncle Jackie, he felt more like a snake flicking its tongue at its prey, as if he would swallow him in the next second. You are Uncle Jackie. As soon as he came up, he looked him up and down very impolitely, followed by a full minute of scrutiny. This kind of scrutiny easily caused a feeling of panic and discomfort, but Uncle Jackie indicated that if you want to look, go ahead. He didn't care at all. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Like a knife rubbing against sandpaper, the pressure was still strong. If I remember correctly, your family hasn't even obtained our nationality. Speak, what is your purpose for coming here? Sir, I am just an archaeologist with a clear background, aren't I? Oh. Charlie, who seemed a step late, smiled and handed a stack of materials to John Hanks. It would be good if you were just an archaeologist, but unfortunately, I discovered something different. John Hanks opened the folder suspiciously, his pupils suddenly shrinking. The first page was a photo, but it was very blurry. However, comparing it with the clothing and appearance of the man in front of him, the similarity reached 99%. Uncle Jackie didn't know what he saw, but he saw all his subtle changes in his eyes. His gaze, sharp as a knife, scraped over him. John Hanks gripped the materials tightly, his heart not calm. He scanned Charlie and Captain Black, and finally landed on Uncle Jackie's face. To their great surprise, he extended his hand. Welcome to District 9. I am the security consultant here, John Hanks. I am the chief of staff here, Charlie. Hello, I am Uncle Jackie, an archaeologist. We have made a simple acquaintance. Let our base's captain, Captain Black, take you around to visit and hand over work. After all, this is a place you will come to often in the future. Turning his head, Charlie signaled for him to follow. The tense atmosphere collapsed. Uncle Jackie scratched his head, full of question marks, and looked at Captain Black inquisitively. Uncle Jackie, I don't know what happened either. Let's go see the base first. In the glass room, the two stood in front of the glass wall watching them walk around the base. Don't you want to restrict the area? Charlie smiled slightly, picked up a cup of freshly ground coffee, and tasted it carefully. It was rare to see this guy so excited. No need. Bring it to me the first moment the photo comparison comes out. With a Chinese person, you can't possibly lead this team, let alone. I am the builder, that is enough. Walking around the center of the base, the passing team members, knowing a newcomer had joined, expressed their friendliness. District 9 truly needed some fresh blood to inject vitality. Seeing that was enough, Captain Black led Jackie toward the secondary core area, where there were some mysterious things to open Jackie's eyes. Jackie followed him closely, fearing that the people here might misunderstand and take him away. At the same time, he observed the base carefully. It was no different from an ordinary office building. Except for the staff here, soldiers, agents, spies, you could easily mistake it for some company's office space. District 9, this base, only handles one thing. Having piqued his curiosity, Captain Black smiled and spoke in riddles, leading the puzzled Jackie through layers of security to a room where a stone tablet was protected by highly sealed glass in the center. Jackie's professional habit kicked in instantly. He leaned against the isolation glass, his entire face almost pressed against it. It was covered in dense carvings, but they looked very familiar to him. He had discovered this type of carving before when doing research with Uncle. Well, Captain Black leaned down and pretended to take a look. According to our data, this is not a product of Earth. What? Jackie looked up at him in shock. But these carvings are recorded in books. It has traces on Earth. Jackie, are you sure about this? Now it was Captain Black's turn to be incredulous, staring at him intently, fearing he might shake his head in uncertainty. I need time to verify it. My memory makes me certain that I have seen this before. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. That's all we can do for now. Leaving the room, Captain Black realized he still hadn't introduced the base, so he said, back to the previous topic, this base only handles one thing. We take on any special or extraterrestrial civilization events. After stepping out, he kept pondering where he had seen it. His memory was usually quite good, so why couldn't he recall it? It wasn't until Captain Black's voice sounded in his ear that he came back to his senses and murmured in agreement. This world had become different from the one he had experienced before, more complex, all-encompassing. Are there really aliens? I won't hide it from you, Earth definitely has aliens. When I first learned this news, you can understand my state of mind, right? Jackie. I was also shocked, Captain Black. There is an even more shocking thing coming up. Would you like to see it? Just then, the tea the assistant had prepared per Captain Black's instructions was brought over. Jackie raised his hand, turned his wrist palm up, and hooked his index finger. The 2 cups of coffee on the tray floated into the air and slowly flew over. Hey, hey, hey. The assistant tried to grab the cups back but was instantly held in midair, struggling, unable to move an inch. Captain Black's mouth opened slightly, his eyes dazed. He only snapped out of it when the coffee was placed in his hands. Greatly astonished, he asked, "You're practically a Superman, Jackie. How did you do that? This is the reason I came to you, I need your help." With Jackie's revelation, the long stagnant waters of District 9 finally had some ripples. Captain Black gathered the main leaders together. John and Charlie were puzzled as to why a meeting was called so suddenly, but they took it much more seriously once Joe, the head of the operation team, entered the conference room. "You're back too?" Charlie asked. "Yes, the captain called and asked me to come back. I happened to be nearby, so I came to check things out. This is the newcomer, Jackie, an archaeologist." John introduced him with an ambiguous tone. After some polite pleasantries, the two got to know each other. "Joe, you've met him too." Charlie handed the photo to everyone to look at and turned on the large screen in the center. Although the face was blurred, it was rare to see someone unscathed after 3 rifles fired at them simultaneously. "So, was that you cooperating with Spider-Man that night?" "No, that was an accident. I discovered the situation and couldn't just stand by, so I went to help the police resolve the problem. Spider-Man had arrived before me, it was he who stopped the criminals from escaping further." "So, do you know each other?" "No, we don't know each other. We haven't even spoken a word." Charlie sat down and gestured for him to continue. "It's like this, I want to collect the talismans. They are transformed into the Chinese zodiac, representing 12 types of power. For example, like this." He controlled the photo, making it return to Charlie. Surprised, Charlie quickly sat upright and reached out to wave his hand all around the photo. There was no sense of obstruction, yet the photo flew right up in front of him. "Ahem, ahem, ahem." John gestured for him to continue. "And the power of these 12 zodiac signs belongs to a fire demon named Shendu." Everyone present frowned. They didn't believe it, but the reality before them forced them to accept the fact, though they still needed more evidence. Jackie briefly introduced Shendu and wanted to mention the Dark Hand, that major international criminal organization. Charlie, his brows furrowed like ravines, suddenly asked, "Wait, what is the relationship between Solan and Shendu?" "This brings us to another thing, hell. The 8 immortals locked the 8 demons into hell, and Shendu holds the method to open the gates of hell. Among them, the demon Solan is ranked 4th and possesses the power of lightning. Its main area of activity used to be in the US region. So, besides Shendu, there are 7 other demons at risk of escaping hell at any time." Joe asked solemnly. Yes. The atmosphere was a bit heavy. After a long while, Captain Black broke the silence and asked, "Then, Jackie, how do you need us to help you?" "I need to find the talismans first. If they are left out, they are likely to cause danger. Secondly, there is the Dark Hand, the statue of Shendu is in their hands, and we must find a way to locate and seal it away. When you returned from Bavaria, I had already arranged for people to block several attacks by the Dark Hand on Uncle's antique shop," Captain Black said. "Jackie, you must be careful when you go out in the future, they will not give up easily." Upon hearing this, Jackie's heart tightened. He immediately worried about the safety of Uncle, Jade, and Peter, who was close to him. "Then, when I go back this time, I must collect the talismans as soon as possible, especially the crucial rat talisman, so that Shendu cannot restore his physical body. Also, there is the sheep talisman, he can perform astral projection, and I don't know if he will use methods to occupy your body to help himself. Doing this will greatly reduce the chance of the hell gates being opened." Recalling the chill of being possessed by Shendu, he never wanted to experience it again in his life, and certainly not an innocent person. "I need to report this." John deliberated for a long time, feeling the risk was too great and shouldn't be borne by them alone. "Should we wait a bit?" Captain Black looked at Jackie with a complex expression, hesitating. "How about we wait to see some results before reporting? It won't be too late then." "Yeah, John." Charlie smiled playfully, as if it had nothing to do with him. Your idea needs further verification, don't you think? I won't joke with other people's lives. As for the results, I think we can try Captain Black's idea. Superiors also need to see tangible results to be stimulated, only then will they take it seriously. People hurried past on the streets, their heads bowed as they rushed home, exhausted after a long day of work. Jackie mingled with the crowd. By the time he returned to Uncle's antique shop, it was already dark. Outside, the neon lights flickered unsteadily, while only a few faint lights shone inside. Overall, he had a highly productive day. With his worries mostly cleared up, he only needed to focus on finding the talismans. The doorbell rang sharply as Jackie entered. Confused, he poked his head in first to look around. The shop didn't look like anyone was there. Only after leaving the base did he realize a critical issue. His phone signal had been jammed, meaning he had basically been out of contact for the entire day. Especially right now, Uncle's shop was far too quiet, making his heart thump with anxiety. Shouldn't they be eating dinner at this hour? Jade isn't running around making noise either. Confirming it was safe, Jackie opened the door wide and stood at the entrance with his hands on his hips, scratching his head in confusion. Little did he know, at this very moment, Uncle, Jade, and Peter were standing behind him, carrying bags of all sizes. Uncle looked like a menacing old man, landing his signature chop on Jackie's head without holding back. Ow, 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 ow. Feeling a chill down his neck, Jackie didn't even have time to look back before he was beaten into a scurrying retreat, clutching his head. Uncle displayed an agility that defied his age, closely pursuing him with a continuous barrage of blows. Jade and Peter, holding shopping bags of all sizes, watched Uncle Jackie's comical display. Their faces turned red as they tried to suppress their laughter, tears welling up in their eyes. It wasn't until Uncle Jackie was chased upstairs that the two of them finally burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. After a long while, assuming those two wouldn't be coming down anytime soon, Peter took Jade to the dining area to unpack. Jade sat on the bar counter, swinging her legs, handing spice jars to Peter as he arranged the newly bought kitchen supplies. Seriously, that girl isn't right for you, Jade said, studying Peter with a serious expression. She was starting to understand what her parents meant by a good, honest kid. Even though I don't really understand that kind of feeling, that girl is not for you. Peter inevitably paused as he took an item, his eyes dimming. He hadn't told anyone, yet it seemed like no one had faith in him. You don't understand. Her father abuses her, she's a very pitiful girl. So, are you only doing this because you feel sorry for her? Jade blinked. Peter wanted to argue, but though his lips parted a few times, he didn't know what to say. Today, Jade's school had organized an outing to visit his school, which had accidentally allowed her to witness his embarrassing moment. At school, he was a total nobody whom anyone could bully, but that girl would occasionally speak up for him. And that was all. Helplessly, Peter let out a deep sigh. He didn't even have the courage to argue with a little girl. Dejectedly, he said, I get it. I'll think about it. You know, we're actually pretty similar, Jade said. Even though I've only been at my school for a few days, I already know I don't have any friends there. Not only do I have no friends, but there's also this really annoying guy. No matter what I say, he always questions everything. It's so annoying. Then I guess I'm doing okay. I have a best friend, and I think we'll be friends until we're old. Just then, Jackie walked over, rubbing the bumps all over his head. Did Uncle buy any tea leaves? As Jackie rummaged through the bags, he belatedly noticed the strange atmosphere between the two, as if they had just been caught doing something. Are you two okay? Did someone bully you at school? He thought for a moment. Even though I've always taught you that violence isn't the answer, and that you should look inward for strength to achieve a state of balance, when you have no other choice, you must stand up for yourselves. What's with those looks? Peter and Jade sat quietly, as if watching a performance. They exchanged a knowing smile and both burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. Ha ha ha. Uncle Jackie, we weren't bullied, Jade said. Besides, we wouldn't let ourselves get bullied. Right, Peter. Jade truly possessed a sort of magic that made it easy for people to open up. He nodded earnestly. That's right, Uncle Jackie. No one is going to bully us. That's good. By the way, I'm going to Mexico on business tomorrow, so you two need to be careful when you're out, okay? Jackie pulled out a business card and handed it to Peter. If you run into any trouble, just contact the person on this card. He'll help me take care of it for you. Peter wondered why Jackie was giving this to him specifically. He turned the card over. It was completely white and didn't feel like paper. It had only 2 lines, a name and a number. It looked incredibly plain. Did intellectual types all like this kind of minimalist style? Make sure to keep it with you. It's not a one-time thing. Understood, Uncle Jackie. Peter read the number, a confident smile curving his lips. This number flows really well, I've memorized it. He slipped it into a compartment in his wallet, closed it with satisfaction, and showed it to Uncle Jackie. Only then did Jackie feel a bit more at ease. Uncle had people watching over him constantly, but Peter was different. Traveling back and forth made him an easy target. The business card provided by Captain Black contained a tracking device, so even if Peter were kidnapped, they would at least have a chance to rescue him. By the way, you often go home so late. Doesn't your family worry? Jackie took the remaining items and began arranging them with practiced ease, chatting with the 2 youngsters without looking back. In truth, Peter's official off-work time was always before dark, but if he was free and had nothing else to do, he would stay here drawing and writing until nightfall before heading home. My aunt knows about you guys, so she's very comfortable with me being here. Besides, my house isn't far from here, so there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Peter shook his head dismissively, but Jackie caught a slightly different implication. He asked tentatively, "Is it just your aunt at home?" "Yes," Peter blurted out, then froze for a moment. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry." He suddenly felt a bit of a headache. With only one female in Peter's household, their safety was at risk. The Dark Hand at this time was not the fated power it would become in the future. After pondering silently for a moment, he decided he would have to mention this to Captain Black first. "It's fine." Having unexpectedly remembered some unhappy memories, Peter excused himself, saying it was getting late, leaving the uncle and niece staring blankly at each other. "It's all your fault, Uncle Jackie." He was utterly defenseless. "All right, Jade, it's time for you to wash up and go to bed." Uncle Jackie, the best part of the day is just starting, Jade whined, tugging at Uncle Jackie. Can a night owl really be called a night owl if they don't stay up all night? No, you are not a night owl, Jackie said with a mischievous grin. If you don't want to grow any taller, I fully support you staying up late. What do you think? Jade shrieked in horror, covering her face. She quickly ran upstairs. Uncle Jackie, I'm going to sleep right now. I want to grow up. I don't want to stay this small. Early the next morning, Jackie yawned and pulled back the curtains with a swoosh. The breeze in the blue sky and white clouds brought a renewed sense of vitality after a quiet night. He needed to find Uncle and discuss a few things. Having been back for so long, he constantly felt full of energy, with none of the exhaustion from long periods of work he used to experience. His recovery speed was also astonishing. He didn't know if it was the power of the talismans or if his body simply had more vitality now. Uncle, morning Tilda. Jackie carried tea into the study. He knew that Uncle's sleep was light and short, and he spent most of his day there. Hurry up, Uncle is about to die of thirst. He put down his reference book. And another thing, it's so early, what is it you need? It's like this. He explained the situation with Captain Black in detail to Uncle, which caused Uncle to fall into deep thought. He took off his glasses and wiped them unconsciously, over and over again. He wasn't sure if Jackie's decision was correct. With such a high-security organization, he still wanted to go back to China. Uncle, in the past, did we join a place like this too? Yes. But I don't know why. This time Captain Black has been promoted to the highest level. Sigh. All right. Bathing in the scorching sun of Mexico and the frenzied enthusiasm of the locals, Jackie walked with a grave expression through the street that carried the history of wrestling. Massive posters occupied the prime spots, but among all the posters of different stars, there was none of El Toro Fuerte. As he walked, he listened carefully to the wrestlers being discussed by passers-by. El Toro Fuerte's name had been mentioned more than once, until he walked under the giant posters, where there was a row that looked quite miniature compared to the ones above. Jackie stood at one end of the posters, needing only to walk down to find El Toro Fuerte's image. Finally, near the end, his red-dominated portrait had fallen to the bottom among the crowd of wrestlers. Jackie stood silently in front of his image, gazing at it. The speed at which stars fall is too fast, young man. People haven't even had time to prepare. Perhaps, he is no longer the invincible El Toro Fuerte. An old man sitting on a bench nearby squinted at him, looked regretfully at the person on the poster, shook his head, and continued his pastime. Huh. Jackie blinked. Sir, did something happen to El Toro Fuerte? I remember, wasn't he very strong? That's all in the past. Just a few days ago in a match, he met the rising star, the Beast. In that match, he was like a child being toyed with in the hands of the Beast, unable to put up any resistance at all, and he lost. It's only been a few days since then, and he's plummeted, he has none of his former glory. I really miss it. Just a few days ago, he was so full of spirit. A few days. Jackie didn't understand what had happened here. Even without the help of the talismans, El Toro Fuerte shouldn't have fallen to such a state, right? Sir, do you know how I can find El Toro Fuerte? Keep going forward, young man. You will come across a village, and then you can ask around. Although El Toro Fuerte isn't good at wrestling anymore, he is still a beloved warrior. Oh. Jackie suddenly realized. He remembered that village. Thank you. Anxious to find the talismans, Jackie quickly parted ways with the old man. Not far away, behind a corner, a group of people hid in the shadows, staring at him like bats. One of the men adjusted the collar of the shirt under his white suit, then put his hands in his pants pockets, full of arrogance. It's just an archaeologist, do we need to be this sneaky? But he is protected by a secret organization. We've lost quite a few brothers these past few days. Another man, tall, dressed in a neat black and white suit with a bandage on his nose, spread his hands and warned. HMPH, what are you afraid of? On the bench at the back of the group sat a huge, muscular man wearing a white tank top and overalls with a fierce look on his face. He pushed himself up from his knees, and the temperature around him instantly dropped by 2 or 3 degrees. He pushed through the crowd blocking his way, walking towards the old man like a tank. The old man was resting with his eyes closed when a dark shadow covered him. Before he could react, this guy grabbed him by the collar with one hand and lifted him up rudely. What did that person say to you just now? Ah, let me go. The collar tightened around his neck, and he felt his breathing becoming more and more labored. Meeting this guy's gaze, he spoke instinctively. He was looking for El Toro Fuerte. He went to the village ahead. With a thud, the old man and his chair toppled to the ground. Hey! Passers-by wanted to stop them, but they were blocked by Ratso and Finn, not daring to move an inch. What should we do? Joe asked. He's just an archaeologist, isn't he? The implication here was very clear. Ratso, Finn, and Joe exchanged knowing glances and stared at Toru simultaneously. He would make a very good researcher. Finn chimed in. The three of them led the team, distinct from Toru, and stood in opposition. My friend, he's just an archaeologist, isn't he? How about we just go and snatch it? Finn said. No. Toru refused without thinking. This time we are here to find the Ox Talisman. Judging by his appearance, he should know where it is. We will make our move once we see the talismans. The three of them curled their lips, still secretly planning to do something, and then signaled to the underlings, you go and cause some trouble for Jackie, just to confirm if that mysterious organization is protecting him. My God, I heard that after Captain Black left Section 13, I was so happy for a long time that day. Ratso missed the feeling from before. But why hasn't our situation gotten any better? It's really strange. As they walked forward slowly, Joe shrugged and spread his hands. Could it be that the big bald guy, Captain Black, got promoted? Instantly. Everyone's eyes lit up to varying degrees. Finn was even more excited, slamming his right fist into his left palm with an annoyed expression. Why didn't I think of that? So, the big bald guy must have relied on us to get promoted. Ratso was a bit speechless. He stepped on us to get promoted, and now he wants to use us as an example. We can't just swallow this anger. Finn looked sharply in the direction Jackie had left. Take him out, regardless of whether he has protection. You mean us? Joe didn't understand. These things shouldn't be done by us. In an instant, the trio looked in unison at Toru's back, their eyes filled with intense murderous intent and calculation. Slowly distancing themselves from Toru, Finn covered his mouth and whispered, "We have to find a way to make the big guy do this. He's the boss's favorite right now, it's not good." Ratso thought it was inappropriate and shook his head. "We just need to provoke him a little, then it won't have anything to do with us." At this moment, Jackie was still looking for El Toro Fuerte and the talismans on the street, unaware that an encounter, completely different from the past, was about to begin. The village wasn't big, you could walk around it in half an hour at a leisurely pace. Every household here raised various poultry and livestock, and the sight of children chasing chickens and dogs happened all the time. "Oh my, careful." A kind-looking middle-aged woman smiled and told the children to be careful, but when she turned her head, she noticed Jackie Chan observing his surroundings aimlessly, which set off alarm bells in her heart. Their village was very small and the furthest away from the city. People generally didn't come here, especially not a strange foreigner. Jackie Chan keenly noticed the woman's inquisitive gaze and flashed what he considered an amiable smile. "Hello, could you tell me where El Toro Fuerte lives? Do you know?" At first, the woman thought this smile was very silly, but when it came to El Toro Fuerte, she had to take it seriously. "What do you want with him?" "Oh, I've come here with great admiration, just wanting to meet El Toro Fuerte and learn a bit about Mexican wrestling. Thanks to his hard training, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to tell this lie. After all, the matter of the talismans involved too much, and who knew what might happen." Meanwhile, a dark mass of people was walking in their direction. The woman wanted to say a few more words, but upon seeing this formation, she was frightened and hurriedly grabbed her vegetable basket and ran towards her home. "Hey, miss, wait, you haven't told me where El Toro Fuerte lives yet." He waved his hand, trying to stop the woman who had suddenly left. "Young man, look behind you, leave here quickly." The woman shouted from a distance, not daring to look back. Jackie Chan, realizing it late, turned around to see a group of fierce-looking people holding knives and clubs, glaring at him with wide, angry eyes. If it were in the past, he might have tried to stop the conflict, but since there were a few people inside he recognized, he knew that things wouldn't end well today. On the other side, a corner of the village. At the foot of the mountain, a simple house with stone walls and a thatched roof was built. In front of the door were stone stools for tables and chairs, and next to it was an unfinished livestock shed. A sturdy man was carrying wood, thumping it down to pack the ground. Tired from working, he turned around and sat down on a stone stool with a thud. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were listless. The mask he viewed as his faith had long been taken off, and his thoughts had flown off to who knows where. On the edge of the village, the Dark Hand, under Finn's command, split into groups to intercept the target. They had bypassed Jackie Chan early on and were the first to find El Toro Fuerte, who had lost the match and was devoid of fighting spirit. El Toro Fuerte's thoughts drifted back to the night he lost the match. On the wrestling ring, the two parried each other's hands to avoid being grabbed. He spotted an opening, dove down, and tried to lift him up, but who would have thought that the strength he took pride in would suffer a setback in his hands for the first time. The beast countered with absolute frontal strength, using his ultimate move, mountain toppling strike, slamming him heavily onto the wrestling ring and crashing onto his body along with himself. In less than a minute, he didn't stand up again and was completely defeated. El Toro Fuerte's thoughts drifted like the wind, only returning to reality when several figures blocked the scorching sun overhead, casting a slight chill over him. "Who are you?" He stood up vigilantly to face them, each of them looking fierce and mean. At a glance, they were clearly no good. "Hand over the talismans," the leader said viciously. "What talismans? I don't know. You've got the wrong person." El Toro Fuerte furrowed his brows. He vaguely felt like he knew what they were looking for, but that thing was on the mask, and the mask was in. "Old man, it seems you aren't prepared to tell the truth unless you suffer a little." This was a signal. The burly men looked at El Toro Fuerte with playful smiles and pulled out various weapons from different places, some primitive, some high-tech, they were everywhere. El Toro Fuerte scanned the circle, staring guardedly at the leader. Just as that guy was about to give the order. Bang! A muffled sound. With lightning speed, El Toro Fuerte dove, thrust his shoulder forward in one fluid motion, and sprang out like a spring. That man was of medium build, but he still couldn't stop himself from flying backward, knocking down a large group of people behind him. Ouch! Boss, are you okay? The underlings who hadn't been affected gathered around to check on the man's condition. Seeing this, El Toro Fuerte wanted to leave. He had just taken a step when he heard, "Kill him, then go find the talismans." He was slumped on the ground, clutching his chest. "It hurts like hell. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Yes. These people were, after all, like bandits, with no formation or technique, swarming forward. El Toro Fuerte instinctively tore off the work apron he was wearing. While creating distance, he assumed a half-squat stance, wary of the opponent's movements. Swish, swish. These guys were no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered, being thrown everywhere. His little home that he had just tidied up was left in shambles after the prolonged fight. The small leader who had fallen first was behind the crowd, his eyes growing increasingly fierce as his hand slowly reached into his bosom. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the continuous sound of gunfire and the screams of villagers caused this chaotic, enclosed scene to change abruptly. What's going on? El Toro Fuerte was on one side. There wasn't much of his body left intact, his arm hung limp, and he was panting heavily, somewhat exhausted, looking towards the direction of the gunfire. He saw a man of medium build, wearing a blue t-shirt and khaki pants, sprinting in his direction. He seemed to be muttering something, "Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, Toru, I'm Jackie Chan." But at this moment, Toru had none of his previous gentleness, his face full of viciousness. While running, Jackie Chan's attention immediately locked onto El Toro Fuerte. His situation wasn't any better. When his gaze shifted to the crowd surrounding him, his pupils suddenly constricted, a gun was aimed at him. El Toro Fuerte. Jackie Chan shouted hurriedly, "Watch out to the side. Dodge." But his warning was half a step too late. A nervous Jackie Chan instinctively raised his hand, pointing in the direction of El Toro Fuerte. A strange power surged out, ripples appeared in the air, and a bullet just hung there, clearly visible, in front of El Toro Fuerte's right shoulder. El Toro Fuerte stared nervously at the bullet in front of him, a bead of sweat the size of a soybean sliding down his bald head. "That's right, I have the rooster talisman." Jackie Chan instinctively looked at his hand, then stopped and turned to the side, ensuring he could cover both the front and back. What's going on? Ratso didn't understand, and neither did Fin or Chow. They all stopped and looked around. Toru frowned, gritted his teeth, and still charged forward. "Toru, sorry about this." As Jackie Chan twisted his wrist and clenched his fist, it was as if Toru was being held in his hand, floating in the air, head down. "Let me go," Toru shouted. Jackie Chan hadn't intended to pay attention, but with a moment of distraction, thump, Toru fell to the ground, his head looking like it had been pressed into his body, making him sit on the ground dizzily to recover. "Oh, heavens, sorry, Toru, I didn't mean to." Jackie Chan wanted to help him up, but thinking of their current relationship, he paused for a moment and hurriedly ran towards El Toro Fuerte. "Leave here quickly, El Toro Fuerte." "Who are you?" "I am Jackie Chan. I've come to get the ox talisman from you, the one on your mask, you know." He gestured at his own forehead. "That's just a stone." El Toro Fuerte's eyes flickered unnaturally, he clearly knew a little about the situation. "No, that is a magical ox talisman that can give you infinite strength. And they are members of the Dark Hand, also looking for that thing. We can't let it fall into the hands of bad guys." The Dark Hand. El Toro Fuerte's eyes immediately turned hostile. "I hate gang members who bully people the most." "Ah, no, El Toro Fuerte, they aren't an ordinary gang, they are a transnational criminal organization." Jackie Chan was still explaining, but Finn and the others wouldn't give them a chance. They all pulled out weapons, and the underlings were even more direct, pulling out pistols immediately. "Bad luck, bad luck." Jackie Chan held his head in disbelief. He didn't understand how they could all be so lethal in this lifetime. Meanwhile, a little boy brought the mask to the back of El Toro Fuerte's house and stumbled out. El Toro Fuerte, I've brought the mask. Defeat these bad guys and protect the village and the villagers. The boy held up the mask, and the talisman embedded in it revealed its true form, clearly and conspicuously for everyone to see. Catch him. Toru waved his hand, grab the mask. Woo! 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 The police sirens blared. The people present seemed accustomed to it. Ratso, Finn, and the others exchanged smug glances, showing no signs of panic. Joe waved at the henchmen holding guns, while the others stood together intentionally or unintentionally to block the line of sight from the direction the police cars were coming. Under this cover, they quickly fled toward a narrow alley, leaving Jackie Chan stunned by their seamless coordination. El Toro Fuerte shielded the terrified boy, keeping him behind his back, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. El Toro Fuerte, who are they? They are bad guys, Peter Parker. El Toro Fuerte watched the front vigilantly. Didn't I tell you not to come here? Why didn't you listen? In the distance, cold light flickered in Toru's eyes, and his jaw muscles twitched. The talismans were in the boy's hands, but the police cars had already entered their field of vision, and they couldn't leave any evidence behind. He was not calm at this moment, they were just one step away. They were clearly just one step away. If they ended up in the station for causing trouble and had to be bailed out by the boss, they wouldn't be able to stay in Mexico any longer. Toru, relax Tilda, Finn said, hands in his pockets, looking very self-important. The talismans aren't going anywhere. Yeah, Ratso chimed in. I believe the boss will handle this problem, and we just need to have a cup of tea at the police station Tilda. Yeah, maybe the captain will even give us the talismans directly. Joe said, I just didn't expect an archaeologist to be so good at fighting. Toru said nothing, just kept staring at Jackie Chan. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere dissipated, as if they hadn't been the ones confronting each other just moments ago. The police cars circled around, blocking the retreat of Jackie Chan, El Toro Fuerte, and the others, as if they were the most dangerous suspects. Screech! 8 cars of various sizes braked sharply, their tires kicking up thick dust on the dirt road and emitting the harsh sound of friction against the ground. Before they had even fully stopped, fully equipped police officers rushed down and quickly surrounded Jackie Chan and the others. Second squad, go pursue those fleeing fools. Be careful, they should have guns. The commander of this police team was very close to them, with a loud voice and a typical Mexican skin tone. So you're the ones causing trouble in my jurisdiction. You simply don't know what's good for you. Arrest them all and bring them back for interrogation. Yes. Wait, handcuff the one with black hair and the big guy, and transport them separately. His eyes flickered with an unidentifiable light. Upon hearing this, the subordinates asked no extra questions and executed the order like robots. El Toro Fuerte took the mask, pushed Peter Parker away, and as the officer approached, the officer snatched the mask away and aggressively put on the handcuffs, causing El Toro Fuerte to gasp in pain. Wait, I'm a good guy, officer. Friend, the police here are different. Don't resist. Jackie Chan looked on in disbelief as El Toro Fuerte got into the car without the slightest struggle. The mask was taken by the police, and Peter Parker was driven away. The commander waved his hand, stood with his hands on his hips, and walked toward Jackie Chan with a sneer, his face only a few centimeters away. Whether you're a good person, is for me to decide. This youthful face made him feel a bit of contempt. Take him away. If you dare to struggle again, you know what will happen. Understood, officer. The escorting officer curled his lips, tightened the handcuffs to teach Jackie Chan a lesson, and then pushed him away. Oh, heavens, what should I do? Jackie Chan tugged at the handcuffs, unable to believe this was happening to him. It wasn't his first time being locked in a car, but this time he had a premonition that he shouldn't enter this police station. After being roughly shoved into the car and rolling to the floor, Jackie Chan quickly scrambled up and leaned against the car window to look toward Toru's side. It was the same treatment as his, but that captain seemed to get along well with them. When Ratso, Finn, Joe, and Toru were taken into a police car nearby, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't just released. As for the mask, it was in the back pocket of the captain's assistant, who got into the off-road pickup truck. Only then did the hopeless Jackie Chan observe the environment inside the vehicle. It was as if the back seats of a van had been completely removed and replaced with a sturdy cage, and he was inside that cage. There was also a barrier between the cage and the driver's seat. The two police officers opened the observation port in front, allowing them to monitor him at all times, and then, quite relaxed, unbuttoned their collars, chatted about something, and closed the observation window. Soundproofing is not bad. Like a stream of water cut off by a blade, Jackie Chan exclaimed subconsciously. After swaying for who knows how long, the convoy merged onto the main road. Why is it so congested? The road ahead was blocked as far as the eye could see. Even so, the conspicuous markings of the police cars and their unique sirens forced the civilian cars to yield, until they reached a special convoy, where they could no longer proceed. Jackie Chan had been thinking about how to escape the whole way. His phone was confiscated, he couldn't contact Captain Black, and the talismans were in the hands of the police, in grave danger. Talismans, that's right. His eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten the talismans? He slapped his head in annoyance. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Jackie Chan, blinded by something, was immediately drawn to it. The windows of the off-road vehicle had high visibility and no special treatment. Inside, the desert camouflage bulletproof gear and the long guns held at their chests kept them in a constant state of alert. The vigilant gaze of the person in the passenger seat happened to meet his. He looked thin, wore glasses and headphones, and was chewing gum lazily. Look at that guy. The man in sunglasses in the back row looked over upon hearing this, and the policewoman next to him glanced at him in confusion, then followed his gaze to look over as well. He's a good guy, it looks like he was arrested for no reason. Now, the commander in front restrained his playful expression. What about the people next to us? The convoy hadn't moved for a long time. If they dragged it out like this, the risk would increase further. After thinking for a moment, he said, get out and stop them. Let the police outside block these unexpected colleagues. Okay. As he checked his equipment, he said, time to work, brothers. Let the locals stop the people next to us. Move out. Through the dark car window, Jackie Chan watched helplessly as the fully armed soldiers got out of the car and quickly formed a formation, aiming at several civilian cars. The people in those cars were a step too late and didn't raise their guns, but they still had them mounted. The armed men held their guns and shouted loudly, stay in the car, don't move. Don't move. The man with the black sunglasses from before approached quickly, speaking the local language, don't move. You don't want to die, right? As long as you put down your weapons, we won't do anything to you. Those people shook their heads frequently, staring at the soldiers, staring at their own people, breathing heavily, pressing their lips tightly together, with bean-sized sweat dripping down their foreheads. They were also afraid, lost, and helpless. Their everything was tied to others. If they failed this mission, they would face endless torture upon returning. The person who got out of the car held a pistol in his lowered right hand, his teeth almost grinding to pieces in his mouth. Ah! Suddenly, he shouted. He only raised his gun, not even thinking of shooting, when he was instantly riddled with bullets by the alert soldiers. Jackie Chan was no saint, and he was shocked in the car, just wanting to know if this operation was an act of justice. Bang! A sound startled Jackie Chan. He looked back and saw the off-road vehicle from before suddenly open fire, shooting and killing the police officers outside. A woman got out of the car holding a pistol and came to the body to check the situation. What happened? The man in black sunglasses asked. He raised his gun and wanted to kill me. After a moment of silence, he patted her shoulder. You did well. Get in the car, we'll handle the rest. And at this moment, the objects of the confrontation had changed. On the main road. After resolving this expected situation, the two groups inevitably clashed. The joint military and police were protecting an important suspect, blocking them from conducting the inspection they had repeatedly demanded, yet they still stood there with guns, obstructing their path. Get out of the way, you asshole. You let these pieces of shit kill people here, and you just stand there doing nothing. This person cast a subtle glance at his captain before marching straight over and shoving them. This is a mission approved by our superiors. You have no right to interfere. Get your men to move aside immediately. As the person in charge between the two countries, he tried his best to prevent them from escalating the situation. Nearby, oblivious bystanders had already started raising their phones, secretly recording, and he certainly didn't want this to turn into a political incident. Go, contact their superiors. He pushed him away forcefully and quickly said to the people behind him, also, move that guy's body onto the car. Jackie was in the car, his face pressed tightly against the glass, trying to see what was happening. Just as he was shifting his position, an unusual noise from the car door forced him to freeze. A beam of sunlight spilled in as the door opened wider, giving him a feeling of being in another world. The door didn't open fully, but a soldier poked his head in and beckoned to him, "Come here, we're here to rescue you." Jackie no longer hesitated and jumped out of the car with agile grace, making not a sound. Seeing that it was empty inside, the soldier glanced at him in surprise before restoring everything to its original state. "Thank you." Jackie held out his hands for them to unlock the handcuffs. "Why help me? Brother, leave here quickly. It's dangerous." The soldier didn't explain. He looked left and right, confirmed they hadn't been spotted, pressed Jackie's head down, and quickly ran behind their vehicle. Why help him? Matt looked up at the noisy groups, seemingly unbothered by the squad of police, as if they posed no threat to him at all. Alejandro looked at his calm expression and agile figure. "It's a feeling deep down, he will handle this for us." Him. Matt sized him up. "He seems to be a Chinese person. You want someone from China, thousands of kilometers away, to handle Mexico. Don't you think he's an immigrant? You know my eye for these things, he definitely isn't." "Then who is he?" In the car behind, Finn stared at Jackie's car from time to time. He never dreamed that someone would be able to help him escape at a time like this. Hearing this, the Dark Hand members all leaned against the windows to verify. "It's that archaeologist," Ratso said, unable to believe it. "How did he manage to get those people on the other side to save him?" Joe also felt it was unbelievable. Finn held back the underling who was about to report it. They were very unsure about what had just happened, so they decided to let Jackie go first and see. The situation outside isn't right. That group is too mysterious. Let's wait and see. Is the item still there? Joe. He revealed the black belt around his waist. Seen from the side, this thing was much thicker than a normal one. Absolutely no problem. Very good. As soon as Jackie makes a move, we act immediately. Captain, the suspect has escaped. While the two sides were deadlocked in negotiations, the escort officer from Jackie's car looked panicked, his eyes darting around, not daring to look at his captain. What? He cleared his ear with his index finger, tilted his head, and asked again, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "Captain, I said." He swallowed subconsciously. The suspect escaped. Seeing the captain about to explode, he quickly tried to salvage the situation. "I just checked, there are no signs of the lock being broken. Someone must have helped him from the outside. Captain, could it be that the other side did it?" He had a mindset of wanting to drag someone down with him if he was going to die. The captain looked at him as if he wanted to swallow him whole. He fiercely grabbed the man's hat and smacked it onto his head with a thud. "I hope your excuse is correct." He turned back. This might be an opportunity. Bang! A gunshot pierced the sky. The soldiers' strong combat instincts made them all retreat behind their vehicle cover, vigilant but not returning fire, which prevented the sudden gunshot from escalating into bloodshed. The panicked crowd looked around, then looked in the direction of the gunshot, but saw nothing except for a little blood. A soldier was bleeding from the shoulder and was quickly dragged behind the car by a man in blue clothes, but the soldier ignored the pain and stared intently at the man in front of him. "My God, how did you do that? Soldier, do you know about non-disclosure agreements?" "I'm sorry, I can't tell you." "Are you from the USA?" "No, but I work for you." The scene just now. A male police officer in a black tactical uniform had been slammed hard into the passenger side door, as if he had been thrown. The door was severely twisted. Matt frowned. He hadn't seen the specific details, but the force was indescribable. As for the corrupt police who kept appearing in the ranks one after another, it cast an even deeper shadow over this operation for him. "Go, protect our work permit, well. We can't let anything happen to her here." "Understood." Alejandro looked serious. "We can't keep wasting time here. We need to leave immediately." Matt quickly signaled his team, "Hurry, get him into the car." Treat him on the way. We're leaving at any moment. After arranging it, he replied, do you think I don't want to? We need an opportunity to leave this place. On the other side, the guarding police officer, trying to survive, tremblingly moved his position, bypassing the cars blocking his view, and instantly locked onto the man in blue clothes with black hair. He was right there. Captain, he's here. As he shouted excitedly, the captain instantly grabbed the man by his ponytail, pulled out his small pistol, and chambered around. All units, the group in front is harboring a criminal and attempting to rescue the prisoner we just caught. Prepare for combat. The click-clack of weapons being chambered. His voice didn't care at all whether the other side heard him. The citizens waiting and looking around in their cars scattered in a panic at the news. On the whole road, there was only the sound of the wind flapping the flags on the cars. What are you doing? The accompanying police officer shouted at them, this is a government-approved operation. Do you not want to live anymore? Bullshit. I have reason to suspect that you are corrupt police harboring drug traffickers. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Matt and Alejandro didn't care about such things at all. One just wanted revenge, and the other was waiting for them to fire first. The rules couldn't be broken. How many more worms do you think are in our ranks? Matt sized up Jackie in the distance. He was observing the police car opposite. Could there be something on the car? Following his gaze, Alejandro's eyes behind his sunglasses were deep. Perhaps, we'll find out in a while. You, don't get shot by a stray bullet. What nonsense are you talking about? Matt glared at him, quite displeased. The soldier only had a pistol graze. Fortunately, his reaction was timely, and he wouldn't have any major problems. Jackie slowly groped his way to the back of the car. Unlike the tense atmosphere over there, he had to find a way to get to the captain's car and take the talismans from the mask. He hadn't seen the talismans on the assistant, so he had been carefully and cautiously moving his position until he was close to that pickup truck. Thump! A piece of car siding the size of a door fell off Toru's transport vehicle and landed heavily on the ground. While Jackie was startled, he only heard, oh, shit, fire. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Although the helicopter squadron was far away and very noisy, the restless fireworks ahead were becoming increasingly conspicuous. Quick, quick, quick. Joe, as the commander of the action team and a pillar of District 9, was naturally the one for the task of meeting Jackie. He truly did not expect that a simple search for talismans would turn into a gunfight. If they hadn't placed a tracker in advance, and if Captain Black hadn't been unable to contact anyone for a long time, they wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Captain, there appears to be one of our own down there. What should we do? The helicopter squad leader gripped the control stick tightly. Stand by, let me contact the rear. Joe pondered for a moment. Given Jackie's miraculous abilities, he was sure he would be fine, which gave him more room to maneuver. But just as he connected to the rear, Chief of Staff Charlie spoke first. Joe, I'm going to transfer you. You will coordinate the specifics with the frontline military command. You are under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. Yes. Joe buried his deep doubts and waited for the transfer. Approaching noon. The scorching sun made it unbearably hot for both those on the ground and those in the air. This loud noise led to a chaotic battle. Jackie landed a front kick, kicking Ratso away, used a body feint followed by a sweep to knock down Chow, vaulted over Toru's head, grabbed Finn by the collar, and used the momentum to spin him around like a hammer throw, tossing him directly onto the roof of a nearby car. Feeling the bullets whizzing past his ears, Finn scrambled off the car, terrified of catching a stray bullet. That would definitely not be fun. Toru was blocking the car. Jackie watched the scene behind him, ignoring the angry and fierce Toru. The group trying to capture him was firing recklessly without regard for the safety of those around them, which made his heart grow increasingly heavy. Move aside, Toru. I won't let you pass to take the talismans. Toru assumed a standard sumo stance to block him. Seeing this, Jackie said, sorry, old friend. Ignoring his momentary distraction at his words, he secretly used the power of the rooster talisman and rushed forward. The moment he got close, he applied force. It looked like he was lifting the hundreds of kilograms heavy Toru, but it was actually the power of the talismans. Ah! Crack! The small car nearby couldn't bear the weight and was crushed flat by Toru's massive body. Jackie strode to the front of the car and opened the door. Fortunately, the mask was right on the passenger seat. He picked up the mask and ripped off the talismans. At this moment, a strange power spread instantly. The first time, Jackie hadn't felt it, but this time, lines formed by energy enveloped him, and he clearly saw them enter his body. He touched his forearm. Although his size remained the same, when he exerted a little force, his muscles were as hard as rock. Now, he had even greater power to stop this conflict. The helicopter hovered in the air. Only then did Jackie notice Joe looking down. He gestured, "I'll handle this, prepare to extract me." Joe gave an okay gesture from above. Da da da. Da da. Bullets were still raging. In just this short while, their ammunition supplies had been depleted by 7 or 8 tenths, and neither side could do anything to the other. Like a humanoid robot, Jackie leapt toward the center of the firefight. As he landed, he gathered an energy field around himself that expanded rapidly. The projectiles fired by both sides froze instantly in midair until they all stopped shooting. This was a bizarre sight. Without needing orders from either side, they subconsciously stopped their actions out of shock as they stared at the incredible scene. Oh, my God. Matt took off his glasses in disbelief and rubbed his eyes vigorously. How did he do that? Heaven knows, Matt, Alejandro said. But we are saved. Captain. The escorting officer was about to cry. He couldn't afford to offend the captain, and he certainly couldn't afford to offend this person. Didn't he see the helicopter in the sky and the USA team opposite them? Slap. The furious captain slapped him hard on the head. Captain, what can you do besides call me captain? He cowered in place, his rapidly heaving chest showing his current unease. He was already considering how to leave this place. Looking back, at least half of his men had fallen. Except for those prisoner transport vehicles, the cars were almost completely destroyed. There was nowhere to escape. He was still thinking about an escape route, but Jackie didn't give him the chance. Standing in the center, he faced the police directly and waved his hand. All the weapons on them uncontrollably left their grip. Some who refused to give up still clung tightly to their guns, dangling in midair. After glancing at the height, they reluctantly let go and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Matt shouted, "Go, go, go. Round them up." The soldiers moved quickly, and within a minute, they had the situation under control. "Hi, friend, are you also going back to the USA?" Alejandro slowly walked up and extended his broad hand. While responding, Jackie said, "Thanks for your help, but what is this?" "Escorting a major drug lord back to the domestic base. See, we ran into this trouble on the road. Corrupt police and white police are mixed together, it's hard to tell who is real." Jackie absolutely hated these foul things, they had no bottom line. Vroom, vroom, vroom. 5 helicopters hovered in the air, making it impossible to continue their conversation. Jackie pointed to the helicopters. "Need any help?" He looked at Matt behind him, who shook his head, then replied, "Thanks, friend, we'll take care of the rest. Then until we meet again." Jackie found the transport vehicle holding El Toro Fuerte and let him out. He looked at him as if he were a stranger. "What's wrong, El Toro Fuerte?" Suddenly thinking of something, he pulled a damaged mask from his pocket. "Here you go, El Toro Fuerte, I believe you will definitely make a comeback." El Toro Fuerte took the mask, the talismans had long since been removed. He was too ashamed to ask further and nodded silently. "I will, my friend." Rewind 5 minutes. After Jackie left, Ratso was in the best condition among them. Rubbing his abdomen, he watched the other 3 who were battered and bruised. He swallowed his saliva. "My God, good thing he only kicked me once." Ratso felt melancholy for a long time before hurrying forward to help up Chow, who was complaining of leg pain, pulling up Finn, whose bones felt like they were falling apart, and Toru, who was completely dizzy. "What do we do?" Chow rubbed his foot hard, wondering why the pain wouldn't go away. Ratso looked up and happened to see Jackie in the middle of both sides, showing off his great power. Terrified, he shrank his neck and crouched down. He is practically a Superman. "What did you just see?" Chow was confused, but when he looked up, he saw the incoming helicopter squadron and didn't dare to show his head again. Obviously, Ratso had noticed it too. He propped up Toru, while Chow pulled Finn, and they slowly groped their way into the distance. Feeling it was safe enough, they stole a car and fled. Today's events gave Ratso and the others quite a shock. Empire State University. Peter finished a hard day of study, threw on his canvas backpack, he did not even know how long he had been using it, and hurriedly stood up, nearly bumping into a girl. Oh, sorry. Peter stopped himself and apologized quickly. The girl had platinum blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, and with the trendy bangs of the time, her eyes crinkled into sweet, comforting crescents when she smiled. The girl smiled and shook her head to show she did not mind, instead looking him over carefully. Are you Peter Parker? Yes, do you know me? Peter was very surprised. He was a total nobody at school, so he did not expect the campus beauty to know who he was. You know. Dr. Connors has mentioned you to me more than once, saying you are a fool who squanders his talent. He scratched his head awkwardly. I know you are sugarcoating it. He definitely called me an idiot, right? He said, lowering his eyes in disappointment. As proud as she was, she rarely cared about others' emotions, but today, she noticed his. Peter's downcast expression and his awkwardness were magnified before her eyes, and she could guess that he was definitely hiding something. I am Gwen Stacy. I know you too. It is hard not to know you. He gave a silly smile, which immediately made Gwen laugh as well. I am heading this way, what about you? At the university gate, Peter suddenly realized they had walked for so long without noticing. He shook his head with regret. Do you know Uncle's antique shop? I study there and, well, work part-time. Huh, you can study at your workplace. Because it is the home of one of our school's professors. Mentioning this, Peter looked at Gwen very proudly. If you have a chance, I will introduce you to him. He is very interesting. Alright, see you then. After the unexpected encounter with the beautiful girl, Peter swept away his gloom and walked freely toward Uncle's antique shop, facing the sunlight. Even though Uncle Jackie was not around these past 2 days, he would not slack off. He practiced diligently as Uncle Jackie had taught him, and with the clever little Jade by his side, life was quite interesting. During this time at school, he had even neglected his good brother Harry quite a bit, and they had not seen each other much. However, whenever he saw that girl in the cafeteria, and saw her growing closer and closer to Harry, he knew he would never have a chance to pursue her. Just as Jade said, it was just his own wishful thinking. Casting aside the annoying thoughts, he stood on a New York street. The iconic building's big screen was broadcasting all sorts of strange and messy war news from around the world, as well as daily updated tech articles. For instance, right now, the hottest topic was undoubtedly Oscorp Industries. Uncle Norman's biotechnology had achieved a breakthrough and had already been evaluated by government departments. But strangely, a few days had passed, and the matter was like a stone dropped into the ocean, not causing a single ripple. The information on the big screen was still scrolling, and a striking and unique name, Octopus Research Institute, was shining brightly. When Peter saw this name for the first time, he had a strange feeling. Why would it be called that? It clearly stated that Dr. Otto's thermonuclear fusion technology had also reached a bottleneck and was slow to see a breakthrough. Secondly, there was the competition between Hammer Industries and Stark Industries. In his view, the two were already in a vicious rivalry. One could tell from the display of their humanoid armor that they were always trying to outdo each other. Next, as it scrolled to the end with no useful information, Peter was just about to leave when the voice of that annoying newspaper editor, Jameson, pierced his ears. The first thing he did was denounce Spider-Man, bashing him to the skies. How could he hate a Spider-Man who worked tirelessly every day doing good deeds so much? Meanwhile, the bald Captain Black sat in the police car, staring blankly at the exhaust of the speeding robber's car in front. He followed unhurriedly, not letting them escape directly. The robbers were in a van with quite a few people inside, equipped with weapons. They had been followed for a long time. The fact that they were not being arrested or shot made the pressure inside them grow greater and greater. Boss, what do we do? The henchman driving was panicking. The sweat from his palms soaked the steering wheel, and the sticky sweat reflected a beam of light on the wheel. Go right, New York Street is ahead, charge through. Boss, but there are a lot of cars there, what if? Aren't there even more people? It is perfect for covering our escape. The things in your hands are not just fire pokers. Yes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 cars sped past one after another, the sound of the wind still lingering in his ears. Peter stood still, watching the cars drive away with concern. A moment later, without hesitation, he turned around, found an empty spot, hid his backpack and clothes, and skillfully fired a web to chase after them. Captain Black kept his head down in the car, looking through the front, back, left, and right windows and mirrors, but that familiar figure just would not appear. John, Spider-Man still has not shown up. Captain Black picked up the radio. Is your plan working? Don't doubt my ability, Captain Black. This plan will definitely work. Based on calculations, there is a high probability that Spider-Man is just an ordinary person. He has no special channels, so every event he participates in is always late to the party. John's excited voice came through. He had been watching Spider-Man for a while now. Have some patience, my captain. He is here. The assistant beside him noticed a blue and red figure flash past in the rearview mirror and shouted quickly. The radio was always on, and on the other side, John quickly replied, "What did I say?" Captain Black did not respond and put down the radio with black lines all over his head. Without needing to think, he knew the smug look on that guy's face, as if he wanted to plaster it right onto his own. Do you know what the situation is ahead? The assistant behind him swiped quickly on a tablet. Everything is normal. The road is not congested, and the streets are not crowded. Very good. Proceed as planned. Force them to stop. Yes, Captain. The first car accelerated instantly. Their vehicles were not the old antiques of the police station, their acceleration capability was absolutely excellent. Like a bull, it rammed the rear of the robber's car once, then again. With the speed changing, it hit the side of the rear. The long, narrow car body could not withstand the high-speed collision. Coupled with the steering wheel being slippery from sweat, and without timely adjustment, it swayed from side to side and flipped over, rolling. The piercing sirens had long alerted the crowd by the roadside, who moved noisily away from the center of the accident. Upon seeing such a fierce situation, they were very dissatisfied that the police would take such an aggressive approach when there were so many people around. Captain Black stared intently at the robber's car, flipped, belly up, in the middle of the road. It was not clear what the situation was inside. Fortunately, there were cars parked nearby that had not left yet, which could provide a way for the robbers to escape, otherwise, he would not know how to continue the act. Slow down. Do not be so fast. Give the robbers time to escape. If citizens are endangered, shoot to kill. Yes. The car doors opened in an orderly fashion, and the officers hid behind the open doors, raising their guns to guard through the car windows. On the other side, the overturned car shook, and with a crack, a large foot, size 40 plus, kicked open the front windshield. The robber scrambled out with difficulty, stumbling. Seeing that the police did not open fire immediately, he hurriedly crawled to the other side to hide, taking the opportunity to open the car door. The dizzy robber looked around and began to check the rifle in his hand. Today, it seemed like things were looking grim. Even if he died, he would take a few people down with him. Look. Between the high rises, a red figure swung, spinning nimbly in the air, and landed steadily on a street lamp. Hey, Spider-Man, they have weapons, watch out. The assistant beside Captain Black shouted. All right, I will go take care of them. He raised his hand to fire a web, swinging to the other side to observe the robbers' movements. But Captain Black frowned. The voice was a bit familiar, and he felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Get lost, you pathetic crawler. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat. As soon as the robber finished speaking, he raised his hand and fired all the ammunition he had just loaded. The bullets clattered against the wall of the building. Ah! Ah! The bystanders felt a chill down their spines and finally started to get scared. What if this caused them accidental injury? It was simply not worth the risk. Seeing this, Spider-Man fired webs like a machine gun. While changing positions in the air, he kept firing crosswise with both hands. Each ball of web hit the robbers as if they had been struck by a stone, resulting in either bruised faces or the clear sound of bones snapping. Go! 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 Seeing the main target, Captain Black did not waste any more time. The police were well trained and fearless, rushing up in a few steps to subdue the robbers. Regardless of their condition, they hauled them up, brutally handcuffed them, and dragged them toward the cars. The robbers were in so much pain that tears streamed down their faces, and they were in such agony they could not even scream. End it quickly, just destroy everything. Spider-Man steadied himself in the air and landed firmly. Why did the style of these police officers feel so strange? Hey, Spider-Man. What is it, officer? He should have left immediately, but it was because of their style that he did not. I mean no harm. This is my business card. I sincerely invite you to join our organization. I think you could consider it. Peter took the card and subconsciously looked at the name on it. His pupils constricted suddenly. Captain Black. The name on the card Uncle Jackie gave him was also Captain Black. In other words, you are not police. None of you are police. Very sharp, kid. Captain Black could hear the voice was very young. I hope you do not mind me calling you that. We are organizing a force for justice, and you are one of our targets. Are there any members yet? Peter subconsciously thought of Uncle Jackie. He must be in it, right? There is one. He uses gravity with supernatural skill. Gravity. Peter thought about the ability Uncle Jackie used that day. It seemed to match, and he needed time to think. Just then, quite a few people had gathered around because of him. I will consider it. Goodbye. He raised his hand, fired a web, and left. Captain Black watched the blue and red figure drift further and further away until it disappeared. He felt a throb in his heart. He knew Uncle Jackie, right? After all, they had fought side by side once. It looked like he had to get Uncle Jackie to give it a try. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
The Adventures of Jackie Chan, Superman in Marvel. Part 2. 3 days later. Even with Joe's help in Mexico, a lot of time was wasted. After several detours, he finally returned to New York. Moreover, he didn't return through normal channels, so Joe still had to handle the aftermath. Jackie sat in the taxi, watching the bustling traffic flash by outside the window, his thoughts already wandering far away. Everything he experienced on this trip to Mexico was so unexpected, with incidents occurring frequently. Even his relationship with El Toro Fuerte was barely more than a nod of acquaintance. After it was over, there were no complications, far from the camaraderie they had before. Sir, we're here. Jackie, who had been dazed, snapped back to reality and awkwardly adjusted his belongings. Sorry, I'll get out right now. Thank you. Before even entering Uncle's antique shop, he saw several groups of people coming in and out, chatting and laughing. It seemed that after such a long time in business, the reputation of Uncle's antique shop had finally spread. The shop looked much livelier, and he thought Uncle certainly wouldn't be unhappy about the lack of customers. But who would have thought? Jackie pushed the door open, full of confidence, and collided with a pair of resentful eyes. She was leaning on the counter, staring intently at him, with a remote control right in front of her hand. Jackie's heart skipped a beat. Most of the times he had been exposed in the past were because of the television. No way. No way. It's only been a short while. Has the news spread that far already? Hi, Jade Tilda, Jackie smiled unnaturally. While forcing himself to greet her, he looked around the visible areas. Where's Uncle? Is Uncle not here? HMPH. Jade stepped forward huffily, jumped up angrily to grab Uncle Jackie's collar, and pulled him down to eye level. Uncle Jackie, you went to do such an interesting thing and didn't even take me. You're really not being fair. Huh. Jackie feigned ignorance. What did I do? I just went to Mexico on a business trip. Jade let go, her eyes revealing an, I knew it, look. She walked back to the front desk, looking back every few steps, and turned on the television next to her, pointing it at Uncle Jackie so he could see clearly. The television was showing a mainstream news segment. Although the face wasn't clear, the black hair, blue jacket, and khaki pants were visible. He descended from the sky like Superman, stopping the fighting amidst a hail of bullets, looking quite lively and very handsome. This wasn't the first time Jade had watched this video, but seeing it again, her eyes still couldn't help but twinkle with stars. As the video finished looping, she looked at Uncle Jackie, who was still trying to lie to her. Jade crossed her arms over her chest, pouted angrily, and looked very unhappy. Knowing he couldn't keep hiding it, he subconsciously followed his previous mindset with Jade, crouched down, and said kindly, "Jade, you have to understand, what I'm doing is very dangerous. I can't protect you well, and I wouldn't be able to answer to your parents, which is why I didn't take you. But, Uncle Jackie, I want to go with you and experience those things, see how cool you look among them, stopping them from shooting each other, making them shake hands, arresting drug dealers, and so on. I'll be good." "No, Jade, this is a serious matter, not a game. If you encounter an accident, you will get hurt, you will feel pain, you know. Alright, tell me, where is Uncle?" In that instant, he remembered that this Jade hadn't experienced so much with him yet, so he couldn't let her find any loopholes. But, how exactly should he guide Jade? She wouldn't listen to him that easily, she might even secretly follow him. Good heavens, what should he do? It's so confusing. Uncle is resting, and Peter is in the study. Jade slumped on the table, dejected and listless. "Were you the one entertaining the guests just now?" "Yes, Uncle Jackie." "Jade, you're amazing." "Well, that backfired." Jackie thought to himself. Days were generally peaceful. There was a very strange phenomenon in Uncle's antique shop. Even when the doors and windows were confirmed to be closed, there would always be a refreshing breeze that brushed past, or gently, like a warm, large hand caressing you. Jackie didn't need to guess to be certain that this was Uncle's master, otherwise, Uncle wouldn't be so indifferent. The Grand Master was using his own way to silently watch over them, so he was never surprised. But Jade and Peter were different. Whenever they got together, whenever they noticed this phenomenon, they would look like they had seen a ghost, staring wide-eyed at each other, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. The two of them were like robots now, staying away from the desk. The pages of the book on the table in front of them were turning, the wind seeming to have materialized, impossible to wave away, seeming to welcome them the more they resisted. "Did you see that?" Jade adapted quickly, reaching out her hand to wave it a bit closer, feeling a soft, real touch. Peter didn't know what Jade had touched, but he suddenly pulled his hand back, swallowing hard, unable to hide his excitement. He had never seen this scene before, and he was quite panicked. Jackie came to the study to find a book and saw them looking like they had seen a ghost, which was very strange. At the same time, he noticed the book on the table a meter away from them was turning its own pages. Looking at their expressions, he smiled silently. Perhaps, this was the Grand Master's joke with the younger generation. When Jackie picked up the book, that wind dissipated before their eyes. Jackie shrugged. Seeing the cover was the book he needed, he realized they had seen something they shouldn't have. "You two are being naughty," Jackie shook his finger at them. "Uncle should have reminded you that you need Uncle's or my permission to borrow the books on the back shelves, right?" "Uncle did say that, but why, Uncle Jackie?" Jade was full of question marks. "It's just a book, isn't it? Peter and I were just looking." Jackie rubbed his forehead in a headache. Jade's curiosity was always extremely strong and had never waned, which led her to make some mistakes she shouldn't have. Peter was the same, his eyes sparkling with the light of exploration, a desire to understand magical things. But Jackie found it strange. Why didn't Peter feel the slightest bit surprised by all this? Books are an important vessel for knowledge, and the content within them is an invaluable treasure. But those books in the back are filled with righteous or evil powers. If your will is weak, you will be burdened by the knowledge within them, which can then lead to danger. Huh. Jade tilted her head in confusion, she couldn't understand how she was supposed to interpret this sentence. But in Peter's wise eyes, he understood what Uncle Jackie wanted to express. Could it be that there really were other powers in this world? Uncle Jackie rubbed Jade's head and smiled. "You will understand, Jade." He picked up the book and left the study to find Uncle. Before he had gone many steps, Peter chased after him. "Uncle Jackie, does this world really have other powers? For example?" He racked his brain to think of a word, not knowing how to describe his own power. "For example, magic." "Peter, do you trust me?" Jackie took this question very seriously. Ever since he was caught by Jade last time, he had changed his way of thinking. Blocking is worse than guiding. Jade was inherently a smart girl. Instead of hiding things from her, it was better to let her understand everything and guide her toward the right choices or actions. And Peter, this young man, was kind, upright, and never lacked courage. He was like another nephew to him, and he trusted this boy very much. Of course, Uncle Jackie, I have always trusted you. Peter didn't even think. The words blurted out instantly. Ha ha ha. Jackie rubbed the back of his head and smiled quite emotionally. This feeling was simply wonderful. He casually summoned the notebook he had placed on the front desk. It drew a straight line through the air and landed steadily in his hand. He winked and made faces at Peter for a moment, leaving him staring dumbfounded at the notebook in his hand as he went upstairs. Jade curled her lips triumphantly, arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the doorframe. It seems you don't watch the news. Uncle Jackie is a great hero. He stopped drug dealers in Mexico and ended the fighting amidst a hail of bullets. He looked so cool. Jade. Peter snapped out of his daze. He had never imagined that Uncle Jackie would reveal himself to him so directly. Jade, with the air of someone who had been through it all, patted Peter's elbow. How about it? Do you want to go look at the books in the back again? Jade. Jackie stuck half his body out from the upstairs hallway, staring strictly at Jade and shouting. Jade shrank her neck in fright and smiled sheepishly. How could I? I'm very well behaved, Uncle Jackie. I promised you I would listen. PFF'd. Peter immediately burst into uncharitable laughter. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Jade was pacing and waiting in front of Uncle's antique shop. Uncle Jackie had gone to get the car. When that pitch-black, reflective Hummer roared to a stop in front of her, Jade's eyes widened and sparkled. Cool tilde tilde. Seeing that Uncle Jackie didn't have a car, Captain Black specially approved this unused vehicle for him to use as his daily commute. After all, for them, this car was a bit too flashy, but Uncle Jackie didn't need to worry about that. Jade opened the door, threw her school bag into the car, and agilely hopped in. Uncle Jackie, did you buy this? She looked left and right, touching everything. No, this was temporarily assigned to me by my unit. Cool tilde. After dropping Jade off at school, Uncle Jackie drove the car straight toward the secret base. A few days had passed, and the matter he had entrusted to Captain Black should have some results. He needed to go take a look. There were a few talismans that didn't require him to go to great lengths to find. He could completely rely on the power of District 9 to complete this task. For example, the snake talisman in the museum, the rat talisman from the collector, and the tiger talisman hidden in Hawaii were simple and posed no danger at all. No, there was still danger. That was the organization known as the Dark Hand, as well as Shendu's minions, the Shotokan. Ratso and the others had already failed twice. Shendu's patience was running thin, and it was time for these fantastical characters to make an appearance. After a complex verification process, Uncle Jackie's arrival injected a fresh and powerful energy into District 9. Everyone greeted the great hero one after another. His magical powers were the envy of all. Uncle Jackie scanned the area. Charlie and John didn't seem to be around. Joe was a field agent and generally wouldn't be at the base. Only Captain Black was there, his head lowered in front of his huge desk, reviewing documents and signing off on them. He entered the office and closed the door. Captain Black didn't even look up. My friend, I don't even need to guess to know it's you. You really trust me, Captain Black. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? He skillfully turned on the coffee machine and brewed a cup for himself and Captain Black. As the coffee was handed to him, Captain Black finally paused his work and looked up at him earnestly. You never lie. No, it should be said that you would never deceive anyone. This cup of coffee seemed to breathe new life into Captain Black. After taking a sip, he felt refreshed. About what I told you earlier, searching for those talismans, is there any news now? He was quite anxious, fearing that something might have changed. Speaking of business, Captain Black shook his head seriously and picked up a file containing information about the museum Uncle Jackie had mentioned. Speaking of talismans, Uncle Jackie, I want to know how much you know about Malfoy Pharmaceuticals. Malfoy Pharmaceuticals. That Malfoy Pharmaceuticals that conquered cancer and improves and enhances human physical fitness. Seeing him nod, Uncle Jackie immediately showed a look of admiration. Goodness Tilda, I really admire what they do, Captain Black. It's simply benefiting humanity, especially with cancer treatment. They uphold the benevolence of a doctor, and the costs are acceptable to most people. What else can I say about that? Speaking of this, Uncle Jackie vaguely wondered, is this world really his own world? The technological level was only higher, not lower, and there were various tech giants. For example, Malfoy Pharmaceuticals in the medical field, Oscorp Industries in biotechnology, and Stark Industries and Hammer Industries in energy technology, and so on. This is what I wanted to tell you. For some unknown reason, the snake talisman was borrowed by Malfoy Pharmaceuticals and has not been returned to this day. What? Uncle Jackie was shocked. Could it be that they discovered the secret of the talismans? We are not sure about that. Captain Black rubbed his temples. This Malfoy Pharmaceuticals is very strange. They have companies in both China and the USA, with no distinction between headquarters, yet they are registered with the government heads in their respective regions and are given the green light. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible, Uncle Jackie. John pushed the door open efficiently with a file in hand, then closed it again. Because the person in charge of Malfoy Pharmaceuticals, Draco Malfoy, is a wizard. Moreover, both countries hold 40% of the shares of the local Malfoy Pharmaceuticals. Changing the subject, he looked at Captain Black. My captain, it seems you haven't managed to get a comprehensive and detailed understanding of the work as you were supposed to. Captain Black was speechless. John had indeed given him a file, but he had been busy signing off on work and had neglected quite a bit. If the information you grasp isn't comprehensive enough, it's not easy for you to make the most correct decisions. Keep it up. John put down the materials. This is the issue with searching for the rat talisman in Hawaii. There is no rat talisman there. Perhaps, you remembered the location wrong. Uncle Jackie sighed. He was getting used to things not developing as expected, although it had been like that before too. Then I'll just go find it myself. I'll have Uncle make a tracking spell. For the talismans that can't be found directly, this is the only way, otherwise, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Very good. John's eyes darted around, and he stared at him with great curiosity. Has the Ox talisman already merged into your body? Yes. He extended a hand. Please. Although John came from the National Security Agency and his inherent suspicion was directed at everyone, he also possessed intense curiosity. Whenever Uncle Jackie displayed his power, he could always watch everything that happened quietly. Uncle Jackie scanned the area. On the coffee table sat a wide and thick glass ashtray. It was very heavy for an ordinary person to hold, but in Uncle Jackie's hands, it felt as light as a thin wing. John and Captain Black watched curiously, looking forward to how Uncle Jackie would demonstrate this power. Snap! Without any warning, Uncle Jackie simply exerted force with both hands, as if breaking a steamed bun, and snapped the ashtray in half. Goodness! John and Captain Black were speechless. Captain Black, in disbelief, stepped forward and took one half of the ashtray from Uncle Jackie to examine it closely. He then foolishly tried to snap it himself, his face turning red as he used all his strength, then awkwardly smiled at the two of them and put down the half of the ashtray, acting as if nothing had happened. They were mostly at a loss for how to describe this power. After all, constrained by their positions, even if they knew a lot, they had never personally come into contact with it or felt it up close. Uncle Jackie gave a simple, honest smile and gently put down the other half of the ashtray. John's lowered hand clenched into a fist. Uncle Jackie's ability was even more outstanding than he had anticipated. If all 12 were collected, he dared not imagine. He only knew that he had won his bet this time, so he must find a way to facilitate this team. By the way, he remembered there was still a big guy roaming around in various places, recently appearing in the country. He had to find it. He believed that big guy must still possess humanity. Having decided what he needed to do, John slammed the door and left, leaving Uncle Jackie and Captain Black to exchange puzzled glances, not understanding how John, who was perfectly fine, had suddenly acted like an idiot and stormed out. John, is he okay? Uncle Jackie asked. Who knows? Captain Black shrugged. By the way, Uncle Jackie, there is one more thing that needs your help. What? District 9 base. Captain Black's office. Jackie looked on, bewildered, as Captain Black suddenly became busy, clearing away trash, including a broken ashtray, and regrinding coffee beans to brew a fresh cup, even adding milk foam to make it look better and more appealing. His series of actions left Jackie confused, so he quickly grabbed Captain Black's arm and made him sit down. He subconsciously tried to break free, but that hand was like a pair of pliers, gripping him tightly, and he couldn't budge an inch. Oh, sorry. Realizing what he had done, Jackie quickly let go and said helplessly, Captain Black, if you have something to say, just say it. If it's something I can do, I will definitely help you solve it. Hearing this, the anxious Captain Black felt much more at ease. He sat down and thought for a moment about how to bring it up. According to John's idea, if it succeeded, this team would be invincible in his eyes. John, you know, he has always wanted to form a team, with a Superman like you as the foundation, committed to justice. After all, there are undercurrents surging on Earth right now. During this time, he has set his sights on quite a few who appear to be the embodiment of justice on the surface, but they still need further verification. Jackie was very surprised and confused. He found that there were more and more things he couldn't understand. At the same time, lost in thought, his eyes couldn't help but blink frequently. Quite a few embodiments of justice. Does this mean there are many other superpowered individuals like him? But why hasn't he felt anything at all? Captain Black looked at Jackie's familiar thoughtful expression and guessed that he must rarely browse the news. He simply got up, went to where the past newspapers were stacked, selected a few typical events, some good, some bad, and handed them to Jackie. When he took them, his eyes were already fixed on the green guy occupying the huge page on the cover, whose bare teeth and roaring appearance showed just how angry he was at that moment. Green monster. He murmured as he read the text carefully. The military surrounded and intercepted it, fought a battle with a monster, and after wiping it out, the green monster still escaped. Goodness, and this happened in New York. He immediately thought of the place where he currently lived. There was a street not far from his home that was constantly under repair. New York didn't seem so safe. Uncle, Jade, and Parker might have been living under danger all this time, and the struggle on his face was evident. Captain Black quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, Jackie. We have arranged police forces to guard Uncle's antique shop 24 hours a day. And as for that boy, we will also patrol near his home from time to time. As long as you don't run into superpowered individuals like yourself, basic safety can still be guaranteed." Jackie breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his original seat. After thinking it over, he immediately thought of Spider-Man. He had met him once before. He heard that Captain Black had tried to recruit him once, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed. Looking at you, Jackie, have you already guessed it? Spider-Man. Yes. I judge that Spider-Man is just a kid who has just reached adulthood. His voice is very young. That time we met, although we didn't talk about you, he still intentionally or unintentionally alluded to you. I noticed that he seems to have a deep trust in you. Huh. Spider-Man trusts me. That was the first time I ever met him. How could that be? Is that so? Captain Black couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it for now. Perhaps there are things we don't know. In any case, we judge that his guard against you is very low, perhaps even non-existent. So, the next time you meet him, please invite him on the grounds that you have already joined District 9. We must secure this power. All right, I'll give it a try. Empire State University. The spacious lecture hall was packed. Dr. Connors had been busy with research and rarely came out to teach during this period. Well, as one of the most popular professors, his return to the classroom just now achieved such unprecedented results. In the seats near the middle aisle of the classroom, Peter and Gwen sat in the same row, separated by the aisle. While taking notes seriously, they would occasionally glance at each other's profiles. He didn't know when they could be this close, but fortunately, Gwen didn't mind his foolishness. On the contrary, she was the same. Ring a ling tilde before Dr. Connors could say class was dismissed, the students had already consciously packed up their textbooks. The professor also shouted, I need a report on the content of this lesson, hand it in next week during class. As Peter and Gwen walked down the stairs smiling, ready to leave, Dr. Connors called out to Peter, Peter, wait a moment. Oh, Dr. Connors. Peter looked at him nervously, carefully making eye contact with Gwen, giving her an apologetic look. I'll wait for you outside. Gwen bid the professor farewell appropriately and waved quietly at Peter. Haven't seen you for a few weeks. I think you've gotten back on track, right? Dr. Connors observed Peter from head to toe. He seemed much more energetic, and the whole person looked positive and upward. Yes, Professor Connors. Very good. You are a very talented child. I don't want you to squander your youth at such a young age. You like physics, right? Then you should work even harder. There are many geniuses on this track, and you have to put in double the effort. Peter listened to the earnest teaching seriously, without the slightest impatience. Fortunately, New York had been calm recently. Fighting crime had become an indispensable part of his life. The police radio equipment broadcasted in real time by his bedside, and then he would go to solve it. Perhaps this could comfort Uncle Ben, who was far away in heaven. What are you thinking about? On campus, walking side by side with Gwen naturally, she keenly noticed that he was absent-minded. Are you thinking about what Dr. Connors said? Yes. I'm thinking about a lot of things, and I've been trying to do better. Cool tilde tilde. Gwen stared at his face, his eyes, mesmerized, making Peter gradually feel a dry mouth and tongue. His cheeks slowly felt like burning red coals, fiery and hot. He. Gwen laughed, it was too interesting. But she wasn't as decent as she thought. Her skin was fair, and her flushed face was like the sun, with a halo that truly dazzled Peter. After a long collision of gazes, amidst the jeering of passers-by, they reluctantly broke contact. Wow. Peter lowered his eyes and waved his hands, looking left and right, gesturing, but he dared not look into her bright eyes again. Gwen tidied her platinum hair, tucking the ends behind her ears, and looked up to observe his actions, still a pure-hearted little boy. I'm going to my internship, what about you? I have to go to Uncle's antique shop. You know, I have to work too. Did you move out? No, just to subsidize the family expenses. Maybe I'll move out next year. Now it's just me and my aunt, I have to take good care of her. Gwen didn't have any particular thoughts. After the brief discharge of heat between the two, that strange feeling lingered for a long time. Can I treat you to coffee? Peter asked cautiously, his eyes sparkling. This weekend, how about that? Cool. Do you mind near Uncle's antique shop? At that time, I can introduce you to Professor Jackie. He is a very outstanding archaeologist, who knows everything from astronomy to geography, capable of anything. Gwen covered her mouth and giggled when she heard this, all right. You've been talking about this professor all along, and I'm very curious to meet him. Then, see you then. See you then. A certain laboratory. The vast space was terrifyingly quiet. The buzzing sound likely came from the heart of the only person in the lab. Thump, thump, each beat felt as if it were draining the life out of him. The man was disheveled, his eye sockets sunken so deeply it was chilling, as if his eyeballs were gone. He braced his hands on the table, looking down at a miniaturized pumpkin on the table, its stem blinking with a green light. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he impatiently flicked aside a corner of his wrinkled lab coat. From the cracks between various experimental samples, he picked up a complete, stable pumpkin and tossed it casually in his hand. Suddenly, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Cowardly Mr. Osborne. Pick it up, kill him. Mr. Osborne instantly lost his strength, half his body collapsing heavily onto the lab bench, smashing quite a few semi-finished products with a clatter. Who are you? Get out of my body. Mr. Osborne's bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the unclear reflection on the beaker in front of him, filled with shock and fear. I am you, Norman. The figure above twisted and laughed wildly. Kill him. Kill him. Click. Unable to bear the harassment, Norman triggered the pumpkin bomb and threw it out. Boom. The console that had originally caused him to become like this was ruined, and a hideous-looking Norman clutched his head and finally collapsed. The next day, when Norman Osborne woke up, he was already at home. Sunlight had long since cast its rays into every corner of the room. He lay on the large, white bed and sat up in a daze. There was a floor-length mirror at the foot of the bed. He was smiling, yet when he touched his face, he wasn't smiling. They stared at each other obsessively, waiting for the other to look away first. After a long while, Spider-Man, why is it you? Why must it be you? Your existence is a mistake. Many voices uncontrollably rang out in Mr. Osborne's mind. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, lunch is ready. Shall I bring it up? In an instant, Mr. Osborne returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened hadn't occurred at all. Norman sat on the edge of the bed, pulled out the bathrobe he had been sitting on, wrapped it around himself, tied the sash, and only then went to open the door. Good afternoon, Bernard. No need for the trouble, I'll go down and eat. Let's go. He had recovered his previous sharp and capable appearance. Yes, sir. He glanced in surprise at Norman, who seemed to have looked right through him, and followed behind him, continuing, young Master Harry's friend is also downstairs. It's the young master's good friend, Mr. Peter Parker. Oh. His eyes suddenly lit up. That smart kid rarely came to his house to play, he should welcome him properly today. Downstairs. After Harry happily took a bite of steak, he leaned in toward Peter with a cheeky grin, his joy evident. You know what? I think my spring is coming. Mary Jane Watson, you know her, you're the one who encouraged me to go talk to her. Now, our progress is going very well. Upon hearing this, Peter's motion of cutting the steak paused for a moment. Hearing that name again, he suddenly felt a bit of strangeness. It seemed he hadn't been troubled by her for a very, very long time. He should have been like he was during the last school visit, watching Harry flirt while he swallowed the bitter taste. But now, there was nothing, no feeling at all. All that remained was the composure of the past. Cool Tilda. He curved his lips into a happy smile, thinking of that fleeting figure. Should he also do something? Harry, caught up in his thoughts, glanced over and noticed Peter's odd behavior. Recently, there had been rumors everywhere in school that Peter was getting very close to a school beauty and was pursuing her. Immediately, realizing the cause and effect, he nudged him with his shoulder, leering. Are you pursuing Gwen Stacy? Peter didn't know how to answer. We are together, but I think, like you, I need an opportunity to confirm our relationship. Ha ha ha. Double bloom, brother. Our love luck is finally going to blossom. Harry was extremely excited. No, I think I need to do something. Help me brainstorm, how about a grand confession? What do you think? Maybe that's not bad. MMPH. Just as Harry wanted to speak his mind, the sound of Mr. Osborne's footsteps on the stairs caught Peter's attention. He was walking down slowly. Peter covered Harry's mouth to make him behave, signaling with his eyes at the same time. It wasn't the first time Harry had complained to him about his father, as if he should be the one playing the son. Harry looked back, sat up straight in a hurry, and changed his cheeky expression. Don't be nervous. My dad really likes you, he likes you so much he wishes you were his son. Good afternoon, Mr. Osborne. Peter glanced at Harry, didn't continue the topic, and quickly stood up to greet him. Peter Parker. He stepped forward warmly to shake his hand, not letting go for a long time. Every time I see you, my mood is always so pleasant. Harry hasn't caused you any trouble at school, has he? Harry looked at his dad speechlessly and, in the end, didn't say a word. No, Mr. Osborne. It has always been Harry helping me at school. Mr. Osborne held Peter's broad, strong palm, his eyes flickering with a strange, probing look. He secretly increased the strength in his grip. Peter immediately and appropriately showed weakness, quickly pulling back, looking at Mr. Osborne as if in pain. Mr. Osborne, your grip is really strong. That is what I want to tell you both. He didn't think much of it and stood elegantly before the head of the table, gesturing for Peter to sit down. Studying is certainly important, but necessary exercise is indispensable. Look at me, if I didn't exercise and spent every day soaking in the lab, I reckon I would be much older than I am now. Dad, are you really exercising? I've never seen it. Harry clearly didn't believe his father's explanation. Norman's face sank instantly. All you know is how to idle away the days. Your studies are average. If I let you participate in managing the company, I reckon you'd be eaten without a scrap left. After a long silence, Dad, you know that my interests lie elsewhere. Bullshit. Norman stared at Harry, frustrated by his lack of success, and picked up the water nearby, downing it fiercely. The violent emotion in his heart was stirring. Harry looked at his unfamiliar father in surprise. In so many years, how could he swear? Peter observed Mr. Osborne carefully from the side. He felt that in the time they hadn't met, Mr. Osborne had changed significantly. The confidence that used to be deeply hidden was almost nowhere to be seen. Instead, he constantly exuded an air of madness. The veins on Mr. Osborne's forehead didn't disappear. He knew he was about to lose control, so he pressed down on the table with effort and stood up. Boys, you eat, I need to rest for a while. Harry hurriedly stepped forward to help him, but was immediately and violently pushed away by Mr. Osborne. His eyes cleared for a moment, then became murky again, and he disappeared up the stairs, dragging his heavy footsteps. Harry. Peter cautiously called out to the stunned Harry. Honestly, that outburst from Mr. Osborne had really hurt Harry's feelings. I'm fine, Peter. The joy from just moments ago was gone. The two of them tacitly said nothing more, finished their meal quickly, and headed back to school together. The next day, Uncle's antique shop was bathed in the morning sun. Peter followed the morning sun on his way, but he did not arrive early as usual when the sun hit the storefront to train with Uncle Jackie and keep his restless heart calm. Peter had tossed and turned all night, waking up with dark circles under his eyes. He could not calm down no matter what, so he helplessly said goodbye to his aunt and left the house. After wandering the streets for a while, he headed in that direction without hesitation. Arriving at the shop in the morning, even if he did not work, he could just sit here and wait for Gwen. Ding-a-ling tilde. The doorbell rang unexpectedly, breaking the morning peace of Uncle's antique shop. Uncle strode out of the study, rubbing his hands excitedly, displaying the shrewdness of a businessman. Upon discovering it was Peter, dressed up and standing at the door looking rather awkward, his raised eyebrows and curved mouth instantly dropped. Uncle walked up angrily with his hands on his hips, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and tapped Peter on the forehead. Ow tilde. This was the first time he had been treated like this by Uncle. He covered his head in surprise, feeling that he should have been able to dodge it, but he just did not. Feeling the stinging pain on his forehead, he realized this was the feeling Uncle Jackie endured every day. Isn't your work time always in the afternoon? It is so early that even the birds have not woken up yet, why are you here? Day after day, are you that idle? Uncle waved at him. Come, go to the kitchen and brew a cup of strong tea for Uncle first. I need a cup of tea every day to have the energy to work. By the way, there is food in the kitchen. Peter rubbed his head and followed obediently. Uncle was interesting, stern-mouthed but soft-hearted, and doing a little extra work was nothing. Dining room. Jade was munching on bread listlessly, her eyelids fighting each other, making her gaze look very dazed. Uncle Jackie, today is the weekend. Uncle Jackie sat upright, holding a newspaper, very focused on whatever he was reading. Morning, Uncle Jackie, Jade. Jade turned around, and Jackie revealed a pair of eyes from behind the newspaper. The two of them synchronized a look of confusion. Jackie asked, why did you come at this time? I thought you were coming in the afternoon. Uncle Jackie, look at Peter's dark circles. He definitely did not sleep well last night. He must be going on a date. He is probably too excited to sleep at this time. Oh. Jackie looked around his eyes, and seeing that he was not in good spirits at the moment, felt that what Jade said was likely true. Having been exposed by Jade, Peter felt quite embarrassed. Jade, as if she had caught onto something interesting, her eyes suddenly lit up. Is it the girl you talked about? Yes, I arranged to meet here. I hope I will not disturb you. You will not. Jackie waved his hand indifferently, which would actually help him distract Jade. I am leaving for the Galapagos Islands in Ecuador soon. It will just be Jade and Uncle in the shop. I believe Jade must be very curious about what your girlfriend looks like. Uncle Jackie, what kind of place is that it needs an archaeologist? The Galapagos Islands, also known as the Colón Archipelago, have a species of very long-lived and giant tortoises. That is the purpose of my trip this time. You should have detailed introductions to this knowledge in your geography class in the future. How big is it? Jade tapped her lower lip, She could not imagine how huge a giant tortoise could be. He thought for a moment, spreading his arms. It is a full meter long, 80 centimeters high, and with a weight of around 200 kilograms. Is that not huge? Cool tilde. Peter was actually moved. If he had not already made plans with Gwen, he would have wanted to go see this species himself. Unfortunately, it is on the verge of extinction, so these remaining giant tortoises are extremely precious. Jackie felt very regretful. Human activity was gradually encroaching on the living space of these animals. Ding a ling. He heard. Welcome to Uncle's antique shop. This lady, may I ask what you are looking for? Hello, sir. Gwen was just about to introduce herself when Peter walked out with a tray and shouted, Uncle, she is my friend, Gwen Stacy. Iya. Uncle was helpless and furious. Why was it so hard to sell a few antiques? Jackie appeared first. To him, the first look at Gwen, especially her bright eyes, was deep and full of wisdom. The girl, who had not yet entered the world, was clear about what she loved and hated, while possessing all excellent qualities. Jade squeezed past Uncle Jackie to snap him out of it, ran quickly to Gwen, and looked at her. She was very beautiful, tall, and very poised. Are you Peter's girlfriend? It was a very direct question. Gwen looked at Peter with a smile, and he was secretly waiting for her answer. Yes, I am, his girlfriend. Peter's heart was pounding nervously. The affirmation from that voice, which sounded like music to his ears, immediately made him beam with joy. Excitedly, he squeezed past Jade and hugged Gwen tightly. I like you too, Gwen. He leaned into her ear, his warm breath making Gwen ticklish. I am sorry for letting you say it first. No need to apologize, Peter. We are worth it to each other, are we not? Peter released Gwen, held her shoulders, and looked into her eyes for a long time. Then, he carefully took her hand and brought her to Jackie. This is Professor Jackie who I have been telling you about. He is a talented professor who is skilled in both literature and martial arts. This evaluation made Jackie very embarrassed. It is not that exaggerated. I am just an archaeologist. The two shook hands briefly to introduce themselves. That is not true. Although Uncle Jackie is an archaeologist, he understands physics, reads scientific literature, and has a very wide range of interests. Uncle Jackie. Can I call you that too? Gwen asked. Yes, you can. Jackie did not refuse. Deep down, he subconsciously thought his age was the same as before. All right then, Uncle Jackie. Being overly humble is not humility anymore. Jackie was speechless. He patted Peter on the shoulder. You have found a very excellent lady. I sincerely wish you two a long-lasting relationship. He picked up his jacket. I am sorry, Miss Stacy, I have to go on a long trip and cannot entertain you. Next time, I will treat you and Peter to a meal. It is okay. Goodbye, Uncle Jackie. Gwen watched with beautiful eyes as the sturdy figure disappeared at the end of her line of sight. She finally understood why Peter respected him so much. The appropriate social skills, conversation, cultivation, and knowledge. If she had met Uncle Jackie first, she would also respect this gentleman just as much. So, how long are you two going to keep looking? Jade pouted unhappily. She had not caught up with Uncle Jackie and just wanted to see Gwen, but she was half a beat too slow. If she followed Peter, would she not be a third wheel? And now, how could she catch up with Uncle Jackie if she went after him? Jade, sorry, we are going to get something to eat. Is there anything you need? I can bring some back for you. I want a light bulb, how about that? He exchanged an awkward look with Gwen and pulled Jade aside. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I heard you have been finding Spider-Man to take photos to earn extra money recently. Yes, you cannot tell anyone else about this. Jade made a zipping motion across her lips. Secrets go in and do not come out. I just want an autographed photo, how about it? Simple. No, I mean, he comes and goes mysteriously, it is not that quick. That is no problem, I will wait for you. Jade left Peter's vicinity. Sister Gwen, I hope you two have a good time. I am going back to sleep. On the streets of New York. The sun had just lifted its noble head to shine upon the earth that day, and they had left Uncle's antique shop in such a rush that they were completely unprepared. The weekend morning had not yet welcomed the clamor of the masters, leaving only Peter and Gwen holding hands, quietly enjoying the fleeting joy that belonged to them. Holding each other's hands tightly, they strolled for a long time in front of strangers. Peter's peripheral vision remained fixed on the pinkish cheek of Gwen's face, and he said seriously once more, "Everything I just said is true, Gwen." Gwen turned her head, her beautiful eyes scanning his face, as if confirming something, or perhaps trying to memorize it. "I know, Peter, I know." Her tone was so firm and gentle, unlike anything Peter had ever experienced. "When Xiao Yu asked me, my answer wasn't perfunctory either, Peter. I just didn't expect us to progress so smoothly. I thought it would drag on for a while longer." "Actually." Peter smiled and stood still, looking into Gwen's eyes. "Actually, I had already planned to find a time to confess to you, but I didn't get the chance." "So." Gwen was distracted by a dark green figure speeding through the air behind him, staring blankly to confirm what it was. Confused, Peter turned back, and his intense spider sense forced him to scoop up Gwen by the waist and rush into a nearby pet shop. Not far from where they had just been standing, an orange pumpkin bomb fell. Boom! The powerful shockwave shattered the surrounding glass. Innocent people suffered varying degrees of injury. Before they could cry out, Green Goblin stood on a glider-like aircraft, crouched in a horse stance with his back arched, staring at the young couple in the pet shop. Peter carefully shielded the frightened Gwen behind him, not understanding what this guy was trying to do. "Oh, my God, it seems I've scared you and your little girlfriend, but it doesn't matter. As long as you agree to one thing, I'll leave immediately." Peter held Gwen's cold, soft hand behind his back and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, it will be fine." Then, he glared at the fool in front of him, wearing a skull mask and a dark green leather suit of unknown material. How did he solve the energy problem for such a small glider? Also, what did he want with him? He was full of questions. "I am Green Goblin, Peter Parker." His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "I know you take pictures for Spider-Man. When the time comes, tell Spider-Man to come and see me. I want to discuss something with him. If you can't bring him, I don't know what I might do, perhaps making his pathetic sidekicks vanish into thin air. I don't know any Spider-Man." No sooner said than done. The unscrupulous Green Goblin instantly pulled out a pumpkin bomb and clicked the safety off. Peter stood in front, motionless. His reaction was quick. This level of psychological pressure was not a problem at all. Now it was Green Goblin's turn to be surprised. He glanced at the little girlfriend behind him and understood. He weighed the pumpkin bomb, calculating. Ignoring the surrounding police, he figured wasting 10 minutes here should be enough for Spider-Man to receive the message. Fire! The captain of the police ordered to open fire. Peter once again scooped up Gwen by the waist and bolted. Their position was hard for the police to cover, so running for their lives was the right choice. Finding a clean spot to put down the frightened Gwen, he wiped the dust from her face. "Trust me, Gwen, I'm not leaving you. I'm just going to find Spider-Man." It was her first time encountering something like this, but she still loosened her grip on Peter's neck, sat down slowly, and hugged her knees tightly. She felt a jacket draped over her and, at the same time, faintly heard something as she watched Peter leave her. A moment later, behind that building, a blue and red figure swung through the buildings. Gwen forgot all her pain in an instant, watching the figure leave in disbelief. "Is that you, Peter? Is it too much of a coincidence?" "No, I have to go see New York's hero, Spider-Man, was her favorite, an idol she worshipped, saving lives, upholding justice, all sorts of complimentary descriptions could be applied to him." Influenced by her father, she had a natural sense of affinity for these righteous figures. Regaining her composure, Gwen revealed another, agile side of herself, moving through the dark, damp environment. "Peter, I will definitely be with you." Spider-Man swung through the air. The ground below was in shambles, the explosives easily destroyed the fragile ground facilities. Wherever Green Goblin went, it was like a swarm of locusts passing through, leaving nothing behind. The streets were filled with cars scattered everywhere with broken windows, shattered storefronts, injured people, and their painful wails. The sound of police sirens grew closer, and cars were still in high-speed pursuit, accompanied by a manic, reckless laughter. He wantonly controlled the aircraft to flip and dodge in the air. Police officers leaned out of car windows, firing bullets recklessly with their pistols, but all of this posed no threat to him. The captain of the police angrily slapped the dashboard, hating only that his firepower was too weak. Captain, what should we do? Chase him, and then wait. Wait. Meanwhile, Peter, not far away at the end of the road, could clearly see that figure. Likewise, the other party also stopped his manic revelry. The captain was puzzled as to why he suddenly stopped, but when he turned around and saw that figure, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, even with the mask on, one could feel Green Goblin's confusion. He had wasted a full 10 minutes in that direction without seeing anything. Why did it appear as soon as he left? Spider-Man, you really are surprising. I must have missed something. But that's okay. My plan was a success. As long as you come, that's enough. Green Goblin regained his composure and didn't immediately engage in a tangle with him. Ha 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 ha. Spider-Man, I will be back. Stop. Spider-Man shouted. Green Goblin remained unmoved, aiming at a dense group of police, and casually threw a pumpkin bomb out. This thing had good effects, but it still needed some improvements. Whoosh! After the pumpkin bomb was thrown, a pair of small wings popped out, accompanied by a strong buzzing sound, like a small aircraft. Accelerating as he swung, Spider-Man saw the grenade and was forced to change direction sharply in the air. He raised his hand and fired a web to propel his body, then fired another with his other hand. The pumpkin bomb was accurately stuck, and he swung it around in a circle before throwing it high into the air. Boom! This was not an explosive, but rather like a firework, as if celebrating Green Goblin's victory. A scorching white light flashed by, and only Spider-Man clearly sensed that intense heat. He landed on a street lamp and stood up, looking in the direction Green Goblin had flown off to, as well as the traces he had left behind. The Galapagos Islands. Isabella Island. Walking along the pier, the sea breeze stirred the leaves, making them sway in unison. The wind carried the ocean spray as it crashed against the boulders, kicking up layers of waves. The breeze brushed against the birds, prompting them to chirp happily, and Jackie Chan was merely a witness, trying his best to become a part of it all. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. That unlucky giant tortoise should still be nearby, and he had to help it avoid some rough experiences. Jackie Chan rounded the pier and estimated the time. The giant tortoise shouldn't have been discovered yet and was likely resting in the park. The bad guys hadn't found it yet either, or they would have sold it to some unscrupulous merchant. Do you guys think Jackie Chan will show up here? Separated by a boulder, Jackie Chan was still checking the surrounding environment when he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name and instinctively pricked up his ears. It's Finn, he judged. Jackie Chan poked his head out from behind the boulder and observed carefully. There were only the four of them, no minions, no Shotokan. If he dares to come, we'll take him out. Toru gloomily pulled out the talisman tracker. 4 dragons indicated 4 directions, their tails joined to form a handle, with dark green dragon scale patterns, shaped like a hook representing the heavens and earth. Suddenly, one of the dragon heads suddenly lit up, with a vibrant red glow gathering in its mouth. Toru raised the talisman tracker to confirm the direction again, and the red light in the dragon's mouth grew brighter. Good heavens! Jackie Chan was instantly startled. He had forgotten that Chengdu had many strange things, like the gadget right in front of him. Jackie Chan doesn't have a talisman tracker, so how could he possibly come back here? Joe spread his hands, clearly unconvinced. And we just need to follow the talisman tracker. Ratso, Finn, and Joe crowded around Toru, protecting the tracker while moving in the indicated direction. Jackie Chan pondered for a moment and secretly made up his mind. He had to seize this tracker, or their efficiency would increase dramatically. The location of the talismans was currently unknown, and Uncle's tracking magic required time. Given the current situation, it would be too late. With his mind made up, Jackie Chan fumbled his way in pursuit, the direction not much different from his previous experience. Isabella Island is one of the 7 largest islands in the Galapagos archipelago and also the largest. It looks like a hammer, and in the direction of the hammerhead, there is a giant tortoise breeding center, which has a beach by the sea. Near noon, there weren't many permanent residents here, and the breeding center was open for free visits. The park had security, but it wasn't very attentive. Toru's tall figure led the other three through the gate with ease. Walking along the coast, you could see seals, sea lions, sea otters, and penguins. In the distance was a beach, which was also the best viewing spot on the island. Right there, in the midst of the dense weeds, a giant tortoise was resting. Toru looked at the talisman tracker in his hand. The red light lit up again at the right moment, allowing the four of them to confirm, it's a talisman. Of course, Ratso. Finn's nervous mood was instantly relieved. Luckily we didn't run into Jackie Chan, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Hello. Seeing the situation, Jackie Chan knew the timing was right. He approached from behind with ease, like a helpful gentleman, and said, leave this to me for safekeeping, thanks. No. Toru, who had instinctively let go, snapped back to reality and immediately gripped the four protruding dragon heads tightly, engaging in a contest of strength with Jackie Chan, or rather, it was a one-sided effort on his part. Jackie Chan wanted to use force but was afraid of hurting Toru, so they were instantly at a stalemate. We'll go get the talisman, Toru, hold on. Finn waved his hand, and Ratso and Joe followed closely, running straight toward the tortoise. Don't go. Jackie Chan shouted, opening his hand toward them, and an invisible force lifted the three of them into the air, where they continued their running motions. Toru was like a nail, gripping the talisman tracker tightly with both hands, his whole body leaning backward, his feet slipping, yet he still couldn't shake Jackie Chan at all. Toru, they don't treat you like a friend, nor do they help you. Do you still want to work with them? Jackie Chan looked at his former friend, wanting him to turn over a new leaf as soon as possible. I don't need you to care, let go. Toru gritted his teeth, exerting himself to the limit, which made him sweat quite a bit. His feet slipped, and he fell straight onto the ground. Ah! Jackie Chan was afraid he would get hurt and instinctively released his hold. The powerful resistance suddenly vanished. Toru performed a backward throwing motion, and the talisman tracker drew a graceful arc as it fell into a cruise ship docked by the sea. Now, Jackie Chan was caught in a dilemma. There was no other way, the talisman was still more important. Little did he know that due to his distraction, Finn had accidentally fallen, and at the same time, Ratso and Joe had fallen one after another. The three of them quietly headed straight for the talisman. Jackie Chan turned his head and saw the three of them had already touched the talisman, instinctively saying, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. He hurriedly used his power again to control the three of them, making them float up. Toru scrambled up and charged at Jackie Chan again. Ah! Toru shouted. Finn, looking annoyed that they were always just a little short, took out a laser sword from his bosom and slashed down viciously. Jackie Chan still wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The laser sword and the power of the talisman collided, like two currents fiercely rubbing against each other. In less than a moment. Boom! The talisman exploded on the tortoise shell. A burst of energy erupted along with the explosion. The three of them were sent flying in a sorry state, and a violent impact washed over the surroundings with the giant tortoise at the center. My God! Jackie Chan looked at the poor giant tortoise with heartbreak and rushed over. The entire shell was gone, and the bloody flesh was moving slightly. The talisman had ultimately protected the giant tortoise. Cough, cough, cough. Ratso climbed up from the side, and seeing the giant tortoise like this, he was also quite heartbroken. Finn, look at what you've done. I didn't do it on purpose. Get up, we're going to get the talisman tracker. Not giving them a chance to speak, he ran out quickly. Wait for me. Joe followed quickly. Ratso stood there in a daze, looking at the giant tortoise, then at Jackie Chan providing emergency aid, and at the fallen Toru, before finally chasing after them. Toru sat up, also without hesitation. He had seen the power of the talisman fly away with his own eyes. This was no place to stay long, so he followed Finn and ran. Jackie Chan was still performing simple emergency procedures on the giant tortoise, using the power of the rooster talisman to support its fragile flesh and prevent it from rupturing further. He could only hope that the rescue team would hear the noise and arrive as soon as possible. He turned around to look for the four of them and finally saw them on the stairs of the cruise ship, going to retrieve the talisman tracker. The giant tortoise stretched its neck and slowly turned its head. Its black eyes were bright and revealed wisdom. It seemed to be saying to him, it's okay. I'm sorry, I should have been more careful. You must hold on. When I find the horse talisman, I will definitely heal your body and make your shell reappear. After the giant tortoise nodded knowingly, it slowly lay on the ground. This simple action consumed a lot of its energy. Before long, the park staff arrived. Jackie Chan stepped aside and rushed to the cruise ship. When he reached the deck, only the wake of a speedboat cutting through the sea remained. He was too late. Uncle's antique shop. Study. Uncle spread out an old, bound book containing profound knowledge of magic. For such a long time, he had not paid attention to Jackie, because he urgently needed to arm himself with knowledge. After months of study, he had only scratched the surface, which left Uncle feeling a bit frustrated, even doubting his own talent. As Uncle pondered his studies, the stray hair on his forehead swayed gently, making his forehead itch. Irritated, he raised his hand, licked his finger, and smoothed it back, which finally settled it down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of turning pages. Uncle had been sitting in the study for a long time today without going out, unaware that outside, Uncle's antique shop was currently shrouded in a dark barrier invisible to others. Lobby. Jade, who had been playing, and Peter, who had been studying, both subconsciously shivered, simultaneously seeing a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. Did you feel something? Jade asked. She put down the skateboard she was holding and walked to the window. People were coming and going, and almost nothing was different. Peter was different. With his spider sense, the alert of danger came from all directions. He hurried forward to pull Jade to him. He had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment, he felt like he was back to the feeling of panic when he first became Spider-Man. What's wrong? Jade was puzzled, not understanding why Peter had suddenly become like this when there was clearly nothing around. There is danger, Jade. It is right around us. He pressed down on Jade's shoulder, slowly pushing her toward Uncle's study. In the shadows of the table behind them, darker shadows appeared and moved in unison. They gathered instantly, surrounding Peter and Jade. Ah! Jade was startled, subconsciously opening her mouth wide and shouting aloud. The focused uncle in the study was so frightened by the shout that he nearly lost his soul. As he tremblingly turned to open the door, a gust of wind blew his signature weapon, the pufferfish, gently rolling to his side. This was his master looking for him. Uncle subconsciously closed his eyes to meditate. Everything in the world has its own unique charm. I am leaving. There will be no more God in this world. Take care, my apprentice. Before he knew it, 2 lines of tears had already fallen from Uncle's eyes. He bowed respectfully. Master, we will definitely meet again. The breeze circled around Uncle, then suddenly accelerated, shattering the barrier that blocked Uncle's perception. Instantly, the dark chill rushed towards him, and Uncle grabbed the pufferfish and rushed out of the study. He saw. Jade stood in place, while Peter relied on his amazing strength to fight on both sides, blocking the Shotokan's attack around Jade. Fortunately, having practiced martial arts with Uncle Jackie for so long, every move and style he made had discipline, rather than mindlessly throwing punches, thus saving his stamina. Yumo gui gui fi di zao, yumo gui gui fi di zao, yumo gui gui fi di zao. With the pufferfish held in front of his face, Uncle recited the incantation, and in a moment, the pufferfish in his hand glowed. Swoosh, swoosh. But endless Shotokan kept emerging from the shadows in the lobby of Uncle's antique shop, and the situation was still clear. Uncle had to observe Jade's state as she encountered this kind of thing for the first time. She looked a bit nervous and scared. Jackie had also said that Jade was very talented in magic, but it was just the nature of a child. She was not steady and could easily harm herself and others. At this critical moment, it was not the time to dwell on that. Jade, catch. Uncle threw the pufferfish, his brow furrowed like a ravine, then turned back to the study. Cover me, I need time to prepare the spell. Peter kicked away the Shotokan that was preventing the pufferfish from flying into Jade's hands. Jade gave Peter a grateful look, caught the pufferfish in a daze, and subconsciously mimicked Uncle's posture, aiming it at the Shotokan. Swoosh. Bang tilde. A Shotokan dissipated on the spot. Cool tilde. Jade exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Uncle also felt relieved and focused on preparing the spell. Jade, I'll clear the path, you cover my back, we have to block the entrance to the study. Jade was already firing spells to stop the Shotokan from breaking in, while Peter relied on his bull-like strength to clear the path. Seeing that they could not succeed, the Shotokan drew their weapons, shuriken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The objects were fast and small, and there was no time to react. As Peter cleared the path, he agilely backflipped to dodge, subconsciously wanting to use his webbing. Ah! Jade covered her eyes as she watched the shuriken flying close by. She was scared, terrified, and all sorts of negative emotions flooded her mind. Jade, covering her eyes, felt no pain for a long time, so she carefully opened her eyes. The Shotokan that had caused them trouble earlier were now all pinned to the ground by an invisible force, unable to move. While Peter breathed a sigh of relief, it was the first time he had seen Uncle Jackie fully unleash his power. Following the elongated shadows on the ground, Jade was pleasantly surprised, but the tension she had just experienced under high pressure was suddenly released, and unable to bear the burden, she fainted. Jade! Jade! Peter turned around to look at the sound. Uncle Jackie. When did you get back? He picked up Jade and did a quick check. Just now. I sensed something unusual at Uncle's antique shop, so I came in. Jackie did not step forward immediately because one Shotokan was breaking through his suppression, its scarlet eyes looking very much like an old friend. Shendu, stop struggling. I will not let you be resurrected. Jackie's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't expect that after leaving for only a few days, Shendu would actually come to raid his home. Time was becoming increasingly tight, and he had to eliminate Shendu as quickly as possible. Jackie. His voice contained a cold chill, devoid of any emotion, only its ruthless venting. You stole my power, I will kill you. Absolutely impossible, give up on that idea. You mo gui gui fi di zao. You mo gui gui fi di zao. You mo gui gui fi di zao. As Uncle chanted the spell, he hopped back and forth on one foot, and the spell responded in an instant. Pop, pop, pop. The Shotokan exploded one after another. The graying uncle's antique shop, which had been gradually eroded, slowly regained its luster as the Shotokan disappeared. Uncle did not check on Jade, but instead went straight to Jackie, took his wrist, and sensed carefully, feeling very surprised. Jackie had always been a warrior, and his talent for magic was almost zero. Yet, he was actually able to break into the other world constructed by the Shotokan. Was it because of the talismans or Jackie himself? What's wrong, Uncle? Awu tilde. Before he could say a word, Jackie clutched his head and hurried to Jade. She was slowly waking up at this moment. The life and death pressure from just now was really a bad experience for Jade. Uncle Jackie. Jade spoke weakly, her lips pale, her eyes unfocused. Jackie touched her forehead. She had a slight fever. Today had truly frightened Jade. He picked up Jade and rushed to the hospital, leaving Peter and Uncle staring at each other. Uncle straightened his glasses. He was not as tall as Peter, but he still leaned in close to Peter's face and glared at him, making Peter feel a bit creeped out. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain something, Uncle suddenly stopped his action. Go to the hospital and get checked out. Don't get injured on the job here, I don't have the money to compensate you. Peter felt as if he had been pardoned, and quickly chased after Uncle Jackie to leave. A few days later, the usually quiet uncle's antique shop seemed much livelier now. The blonde, blue-eyed beauty Gwen was visiting the antique shop, and her energy made up for Jade's temporary lack of spunk. Uncle cried out in concern, telling Jade to rest, but the weak Jade kept walking around the shop, completely ignoring him, making her sit down and rest felt like killing her. Uncle had no choice but to retreat into his study and begin his journey of study. Gwen helped Peter with chores, and Jade followed right behind her, observing this girl. She was mesmerized by Gwen's brilliance, her tall figure, beautiful appearance, and profound knowledge made her even cooler. After experiencing that cruel battle the other day, Jade was clearly much calmer, but her inherent quirkiness and lively nature couldn't be worn away so easily. She had been running a low-grade fever for some time without improvement, so she wore a cooling patch on her forehead. When Gwen arrived and saw that the white one looked too plain, she bought a nice pink one decorated with the mousse Jade liked. Jade then ruthlessly tossed away Uncle Jackie's masterpiece into the trash can. Once the basic chores were done, Gwen followed Peter to study behind the bookshelves on one side of the main hall. The book collection at Uncle's antique shop was like a library, there was simply too much to read. Moreover, the space was large, and a big table was covered with their study materials. Jade, having nothing to do for half the day, could only pass the time by reading other interesting novels on the side. Gwen held her pen, and every time she finished a bit of homework, she would raise her eyes to secretly observe Peter. He looked like a very frail and gentle man, yet he was likely also Spider-Man. This contrast was unbelievable. That day, after she finished looking at her clothes, she returned to her original spot to wait, keeping her peripheral vision fixed on that alley. When he returned, his clothes were indeed disheveled, and he seemed to be in a hurry. She was afraid she had misunderstood. Uncle Jackie was busy in the kitchen making a Chinese feast. They had promised to do this, but it was only because of what happened with Jade that they finally gathered. While simmering the soup, Uncle Jackie glanced over from time to time, taking in everything, especially all of Gwen's little actions. Peter was lucky to meet a girl he liked who also liked him. Such a pairing was rare and hard to come by. Peter possessed spider sense, which previously only triggered when there was danger. However, after learning how to control himself from Uncle Jackie during this time, that sliver of control over his spider sense gave him hope. This skill was not impossible to learn. Therefore, Gwen's lingering gaze made his heart pound wildly, fearing that there might be something on his face or that he had written something wrong. A flustered Peter suddenly stood up and said unnaturally, would you two like something to drink? I'll go get it. Jade was startled by his movement, and the chair squeaked against the floor, making her shiver. Peter, are you okay? You look even weaker than I am. No way. I'm just a little hot, no, a little thirsty. Jade, you're sick, so just drink water. Gwen, how about some juice? Gwen smiled and nodded. He went into the kitchen. Uncle Jackie was stir-frying over the stove on high heat. Peter, feeling guilty, met Uncle Jackie's inquisitive gaze as he turned around. Trying to pretend he didn't see it, Peter lowered his head and walked around him to open the refrigerator. Why are you avoiding me? Am I going to eat you or something? No way, Uncle Jackie, I just came to pour some water and juice. Uncle Jackie narrowed his eyes. This kid. Forget it. Don't bother pouring it, just take the juice and water over. Help me clear the dining table, then come back to help carry the dishes. I've prepared a lot of dishes today, and they'll definitely suit your tastes. Uncle Jackie was very excited. He hadn't cooked in a long time and didn't know if his culinary skills had regressed. This time, I'll let you all have a good taste of my cooking. Hee hee, Uncle Jackie. Peter wrinkled his nose and sniffed. It smells so good. I think these dishes will definitely be great. A delicious lunch really can bridge the distance between people. After 2 full hours of lively conversation, plus Uncle Jackie reheating the dishes a few times, in the end, it not only strengthened their bond but also resulted in an empty plate. Gwen rubbed her bulging little tummy. Even the most generous girl felt a bit embarrassed and thanked him repeatedly. No need to thank me, just come by often. Uncle Jackie didn't mind at all, it was just a meal. This was also a rare moment of relaxation for his tightly wound nerves during this time. He wondered if the rabbit talisman was in Wyoming. Subconsciously, Uncle Jackie waved his hand, and all the tableware on the table flew up automatically, lining up in an orderly queue to enter the kitchen. Intel. Bad luck. Uncle Jackie carefully turned back, but seeing Gwen's expression, he frowned in confusion. Why did she look so accustomed to it? Shouldn't she be surprised? Oh, sorry, is it because I'm here? Gwen thought she shouldn't have seen these things. No, I was just wondering why you weren't surprised. My father is police, so I've been exposed to quite a few things, like that Spider-Man. Her eyes naturally met Peter's, causing him to instantly stop his silly grin and touch his nose in embarrassment. Uncle Jackie looked at their interaction with deep meaning, but in the end, he didn't interfere. There's a way out when you reach the mountain, there's no need to rush. You guys make yourselves at home, I'm going to talk to Uncle about something. Study. Uncle had been in low spirits for the past few days, burying his head in books listlessly. Turning page after page, Uncle Jackie entered with tea and realized he wasn't reading the content at all. He sighed silently, placed Uncle's favorite tea beside him, and sat quietly on the side waiting. Uncle must have encountered some difficult problem. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't compare to Uncle's rich life experience. He wisely didn't offer any advice, letting Uncle adjust himself. After a long while, Uncle finally stopped turning pages aimlessly. He took off his glasses and wiped them listlessly with the corner of his wool sweater, his thoughts still wandering. Jackie. Uncle, I'm here. Did my master leave me before? Hiss. Uncle Jackie gasped. Judging by what he said. That's impossible. He spoke carefully. No, the Grand Master is always here. Sigh tilde the day Jade had the accident, Master found me to say goodbye. He will leave me forever, there will be no more miracles in this world. Uncle paused and thought about it. Everything about the Grand Master, Uncle Jackie had only heard from him and had never seen him, perhaps he couldn't understand. After thinking it over, he could only continue according to the current situation. Our mission should be to eliminate all the demons in hell and prevent them from harming the human world. Since miracles are gone, the traces of demons should be the same. Therefore, Jackie, we have to work harder, we can't just be idle like this. After speaking, Uncle sighed deeply, put on his glasses, and in the blink of an eye, he recovered his vigorous demeanor, as if the elderly man from a moment ago wasn't him. All right, Jackie, now is not the time to rest. Get up quickly and tell me what happened over there. He closed the book, which was as thick as a palm, very large and heavy. Uncle struggled to carry it, walked to the side ladder, climbed up, and put it away. The rabbit talisman was hit by a laser sword, and without a carrier, the energy escaped into the void and disappeared. Uncle climbed down the ladder and looked at Uncle Jackie suspiciously. Have you experienced this kind of thing before? You don't look worried at all. Yes. He scratched his head awkwardly and said with a cheeky smile, I once used a laser cannon to blast the 12 zodiac signs, so in a way, we have collected the talismans once again. How reckless. Uncle, if nothing unexpected happens, the rabbit talisman should be on a rabbit in Wyoming. I need you to make a locator, Uncle. I need materials. Also, Uncle, the Dark Hand has received help from Shendu and has a talisman tracker. Do you have any way to destroy that thing? Uncle immediately didn't hesitate to take action. Ow. Look at how many hands Uncle has. Uncle still has to translate materials, search for spells, and create magic. Do you want to exhaust Uncle to death? No. How could I? Uncle Jackie rubbed his forehead, feeling quite a headache. They desperately needed help now. Peter. He didn't know if this kid had talent in this area. Toru. Uncle Jackie no longer expected him to turn over a new leaf in the short term. He seemed a bit strange now, ruthless, merciless, and even worse than before. Uncle found quite a few books and slammed them onto the table with a thud, scaring Uncle Jackie, who was deep in thought, and making his heart contract. Seeing Uncle's behavior, he was speechless. Uncle, when you pick up items, you should handle them with care. Don't tell Uncle what to do. He turned his head away haughtily and picked up the tea he had brewed, sipping it loudly. Uncle, what do you think about letting Peter help you? Upon hearing this, Uncle held his teacup and thought, he needs talent. As long as he has a little bit of magic talent, it's fine. Otherwise, he'll be a dud like you. If he can't cast magic, how will he know if he's doing it right? Speaking of this, Uncle, why do I have no magic talent at all? I can clearly use the divine armor and things like that. A critical hit. Ow. The items themselves carry magic. You are just a medium or a carrier providing energy, not you casting it. Oh, alright. Uncle Jackie, Uncle, what are you talking about? Jade opened the door, poked her head in, and grinned. Jade, come here, let me check if your fever is better. Uncle Jackie beckoned for Jade to sit on his lap. Her forehead felt normal in temperature, so he conveniently grabbed a handheld temperature gun and checked her forehead. 36.6, finally normal. I'm better, Uncle Jackie. Jade immediately jumped down from Uncle Jackie's lap, dancing with excitement. I'm better. I can eat ice cream again, oh yeah. No, Jade, you still can't eat those things for the next week, you know. Your body is very weak, what if? Alright. Uncle spoke up to stop him. Jade, Call Peter in, I have something to talk to him about. One more thing, Jackie, pour another cup of tea. Okay, Uncle. One more thing. Jade hung her head in dejection. Uncle Jackie couldn't bear it, so he got up and left the study with her. The study, while called a study, was more like Uncle's private workspace. After all, Uncle Jackie rarely went in, and Peter was even less likely to, so it was filled with all sorts of strange things. Only Jade would sneak in when Uncle wasn't paying attention, only to be caught red-handed every time. As punishment, she had to copy poems, which finally taught her to behave. Beneath the calm surface of Uncle's antique shop, there was also the fact that Jade had some pride after being caught so many times. Until she found a loophole, she wouldn't easily take risks again. Outside the study, there was a large table next to the bookshelf, covered with the two of them's open textbooks. Being a young couple in the honeymoon phase, even while doing homework, they could end up gazing affectionately at each other. Jade felt instantly annoyed. Turning into a little devil, she snuck up and yelled, "Ah!" It was like a stone thrown into the ocean, causing not a single ripple. Gwen turned around gently and smiled at Jade. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Weren't you scared? Jade was baffled. She had snuck over so carefully, how could they not be? I saw you and Uncle Jackie come out in my peripheral vision. And what about you? Jade said, unconvinced, looking at Peter angrily. My hearing is quite good. After all, you didn't hide your footsteps, did you? No way, I was. Alright, Jade. Uncle Jackie stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Peter, go to the study. Uncle needs to see you about something. Me. Peter was stunned. Why was he being called now? Can I go see too? Jade broke free from Uncle Jackie, gave him a playful smile, and quickly followed Peter, fearing he might stop her. Uncle Jackie reached out his hand, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't stop her. This was the first step in channeling Jade. He couldn't forcefully prevent things that were bound to happen. Gwen sat upright, her beautiful eyes blinking as she observed them, or rather, just Uncle Jackie. Even though her father was the police director, she hadn't necessarily truly encountered anyone with superpowers. For instance, that Spider-Man. Her father hated that kind of behavior, wearing a mask and acting like a vigilante. Who knew if he was doing other bad things? Uncle Jackie, on the other hand, seemed to use his superpowers without any hesitation, using them whenever he wanted, not afraid of being discovered by others, like her at the time. If it weren't for her quick reflexes and the fact that being Spider-Man kept her calm, who knows what kind of fool she would have made of herself, becoming a laughingstock, though this family wouldn't do that. At this moment, Uncle Jackie noticed a strange scene. Outside Uncle's antique shop, in the bustling crowd, a man wearing a full suit stood across the street. People passing by seemed unable to see him, yet each one avoided him perfectly. Uncle Jackie walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window. The longer he stared at him, the less he felt he could remember his face. Using his own power to resist and force himself to stay clear-headed, Uncle Jackie shook his head vigorously, but the feeling persisted. Regarding the use of his power, he only now realized that his power seemed to lack a certain drive, which made his resistance inadequate this time. Gwen walked up at this moment, holding Uncle Jackie's forearm and elbow. He was sweating slightly. Are you okay, Uncle Jackie? Uncle Jackie's sharp gaze locked onto Gwen. He quickly pointed at the person across the street. Can you see what that person looks like? He had a feeling this was the type of person John had mentioned. Gwen looked in the direction Uncle Jackie was pointing. Is it the man in the suit? Yes. She squinted and observed carefully. Is this a man? He stood with his hands resting naturally in front of his lower abdomen. Based on her intuition, she was more inclined to think the person across the street was a woman. Especially, his posture, it lacked the broad, open stance of a man and instead had a ladylike air to it. Uncle Jackie, I think, he is a woman. With these words, Uncle Jackie suddenly felt that power vanish, and he no longer had to struggle to resist it. How did you figure that out? Her posture, Uncle Jackie. His physique is so sturdy, he wouldn't stand with his feet together, would you say? Oh, yes. The person across the street clearly frowned. Her power couldn't even affect the man in front of her. This was something she had painstakingly practiced diligently under the chairman. The chairman was right. Anyone who can find talismans is no pushover. She turned slowly. I wonder what kind of methods that organization has. As a small truck passing through the city flashed by, the strange and unfamiliar person vanished right after. Strange person, Gwen whispered. Yeah. Is that Uncle? Uncle Jackie turned around and ran over. Grabbing the doorframe, he looked inside to see Peter standing honestly to one side, while Jade was waving a pufferfish around, causing trouble. Uncle Jackie didn't even lift a hand. His gaze instantly locked onto Jade, using gravity control to freeze her in midair. What's going on, Uncle? Peter has no talent for magic. I need to find another assistant. He met Uncle Jackie's inquisitive gaze, feeling very helpless. Perhaps magic isn't really for me. Uncle Jackie sighed. Such a good kid, why didn't he have a chance? A figure gradually entered his peripheral vision. Gwen. Uncle Jackie pondered. Although he hadn't known her long, he believed this girl was a kind-hearted person. Uncle, how about having Gwen try? Uncle looked at the girl suspiciously. She looked around at everyone, confused. What do you want me to do? Come here, child. Uncle beckoned. In front of him was a cauldron, inside which a green soup was boiling, bubbling away. It was unclear what it was. Gwen looked at Peter in confusion, but he just smiled, signaling with his eyes for her not to worry. It was a good thing. Uncle, pluck a hair and throw it in. This. She slowly removed the hair tie from her ponytail, parted the hair draped over her shoulders, and slowly groped for a single strand. She didn't pull it out directly, but instead broke it in the middle. She was quite afraid of pain, and her scalp felt like it was being pricked by needles. It was unpleasant. As the hair entered the cauldron, the boiling green water bubbled. Uncle took a ladle, scooped up some soup, grabbed the pufferfish from Jade, who was frozen in midair, and poured it over. He put down the ladle, took the pufferfish, and slowly circled and shook it until it was evenly mixed. Uncle adjusted his glasses to peer closer, then nodded in satisfaction. Take it, Gwen. Gwen carefully grabbed its tail, her intense curiosity almost impossible to contain. Yumo gui gui fi di zao, yumo gui gui fi di zao, yumo gui gui fi di zao. Unlike Jade's white magic, Gwen's was a more vibrant red. The pufferfish bore her magic, which was rich and pure. You will be a very good wizard, Gwen. One more thing, are you willing to learn magic from me? This series of events left Gwen overwhelmed. Sir, do you mean a wizard? A wizard who can use magic? Yes. She naturally sought Peter's help. He was looking at her with a smile, nodding. This is a very good opportunity. You should definitely try it. In truth, he was so supportive because he thought that if Gwen could protect herself when he wasn't around. After all, with his identity as Spider-Man, who knew if it would be exposed due to various problems, putting those around him in danger. Gwen was still hesitating. She glanced at Peter and Uncle Jackie, saw Jade's expression and almost laughed, then looked at Uncle. I'm willing to try, Uncle. Very good. Uncle grabbed a book from beside him and shoved it into Gwen's hands. This is the basics of magic. You need to read and study it more. Of course, only you can read it. Understand? Understand, Uncle. One more thing, is where you live far from here? Not far. You can walk there. It's similar to Peter's, just in the opposite direction. That's good. Starting tomorrow, just like Peter, come to the shop early for morning training. Morning training. What's that? Peter took over. I come here every day to exercise with Uncle Jackie and practice, Kai. You'll likely be learning magic from Uncle. That's right. Uncle looked at Peter with satisfaction. He really was a helper he had chosen well. Magic is not a one-day accomplishment, it requires perseverance and day-by-day improvement. Hearing this, Gwen felt a bit nervous and picked up the pufferfish to examine it again. You can try waving the pufferfish at the dummy placed against that wall, Uncle Jackie reminded her. Whoosh. It was like a laser, but not as persistent as one. In the blink of an eye, it struck the dummy's chest, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. Uncle walked up, adjusted his glasses, and leaned in, his nose almost touching the dummy. The power is good, the energy is very concentrated. You have great talent. He turned back to look at the frozen Jade. Uncle Jackie, your niece's talent is also quite good, but mostly she just causes trouble. Uncle, if you don't test her, how will Jade be able to test it? A warning strike. A woo tilde. How could I show favoritism? Everyone has to try. Jade, I know you can hear me. Let's set a small goal first. Wait until you're an adult before considering your chance to learn magic. Snap tilde. Jade was released. She landed nimbly, crossed her arms, pouted, and looked thoroughly unhappy. Uncle's antique shop. Jackie was pacing alone in his room. His room was neat and simple. A bed on one side, a desk and bookshelf on another, and a third side displaying various, precious, artifacts, or rather, miniature, exquisitely crafted replicas. After all, he had found many of these precious artifacts and donated them to museums for free. The gifts he received in return were replicas of these items, scaled down proportionally to his liking, exquisite and beautiful. He was hesitant because he wasn't sure whether to take Jade out for a trip, to his former home in San Francisco, and then to Hawaii. Because this might involve some danger, and he needed to confirm whether the talismans were still there. Ever since he learned that the founder of Malfoy Pharmaceuticals had borrowed the snake talisman, he could no longer be certain that the remaining talismans would still be waiting for him as they had before. Jackie. What is it, uncle? Jackie went up to him and stood at attention. Accompany me back to San Francisco. I need to restock. Restock. He was full of questions. You mean San Francisco? A rap on the head for being useless. Ow. Are your ears deafer than uncle's? How many times do I have to say it? Hurry up and get ready. And one more thing, Jade is coming too. Oh, right, I'll get ready now. Outside the antique shop. A slender figure stood in a dark corner, silently watching everything she could see inside the antique shop. She was slim and upright, with shoulder-length hair and a small, delicate face. Her eyebrows were thin and long, sitting very close to her eyes, which were squinted like two parallel lines. Why are you here? Not far away, a blonde girl walked slowly from the sunlight into the dark corner, gazing at her quietly with a demure expression. You've come again. Her voice was like the low hum of a machine, emotionless, like a routine reply. I am an Auror of the American Ministry of Magic, miss. Shouldn't I be here? But you have never fulfilled your duties as an Auror. You are his capable assistant, after all. How could I, how would I? She lowered her gaze, being turned away time and again made her very sad. But whenever she thought of her grandparents' great, forbidden love, she was moved. How much could she sacrifice for love? That boy, she had only seen him once, just once, how could she not forget him after all this time? She didn't speak. Her face was like a stagnant pool of water, revealing nothing, just staring at the house. You cannot touch this family, neither from the relevant authorities here nor from China, thousands of miles away. What does the Muggle government matter? That's how the new forces are. They have money, but they cannot enter the center of power. Being passive is something they have always experienced. She pondered, will you tell him? This is my duty. The conversation shifted. I heard you used to be very lively. The girl suddenly drew her wand and pressed it viciously against her throat, burying it about a centimeter into her skin. Her hand was trembling as she restrained herself. You know I can see it. It wasn't your fault. You were just a girl back then. Shut up. Put away your pathetic tricks. Whatever he wants to obtain, I will get it back for him. No one can stop me. Boom tilde. The roar of a hummer, the family had already driven away. She put away her wand and returned to her normal state. Mind your own business. Then, she apparated away. The girl maintained a composed attitude throughout, without anger or annoyance, only a hint of joy that she hadn't stopped her. In the car. Actually, when getting into the car, Jackie wasn't very sure, but after an accidental glance at Uncle, he knew his eyes hadn't deceived him. A very strange person. Despite the sunny day, she was dressed in thick, strange clothing, yet it looked exquisite and proper. It seemed this woman was targeting them, so he hesitated for a moment. Uncle, are we really going to drive there? It's very far, across the entire United States. Jackie, what is destined to be yours is yours. You cannot rush it, it takes time to digest those mysterious threads of fate. Uncle, you're talking about this kind of thing now. Uncle Jackie, what are you talking about? Jade was completely confused. We plan to go to San Francisco, and then to Hawaii, Jackie said. Really? Jade shouted in surprise. Sun, beach, handsome guys, cool tilde. Jackie was speechless. Only sun and beach, understand. Jade stuck out her tongue, completely unbothered. As I get older, Uncle always feels these things exist. But eating more garlic is good for your health. Uncle, like a mischievous child, pulled a string of garlic out of his canvas bag and showed it to everyone. A strong smell of garlic wafted over. The smell of the garlic made their eyes sting, sizzle. No. Jade opened the car window and yelled in despair. Uncle, how could you? Close the window, Jade. Garlic can cure your illness. I added a lot of garlic to your meals, otherwise, how could your low fever have gone away so quickly? Oh, my God, Uncle, I'm already better, please. Jade begged, cupping her hands together. Throw that garlic away. No. Uncle didn't hesitate at all. He even hung it directly on the rearview mirror, where it swayed back and forth with the car. Jackie had long since adapted. Jade lacked experience and still needed to learn. Ring ring tilde. It was Jackie's phone. He was driving and couldn't easily answer it, but the sensible Jade plugged in his earphones and put them in his ears. Thank you, Jade. He prepared to answer the call. It would be even better if you made Uncle throw away the garlic. With a thud, she let herself flop back into the rear seat. The caller was Captain Black. He guessed it was still about the talismans. He glanced at Jade, confirmed she was sulking, and quickly answered. Captain Black. Oh, Jackie, the few places you mentioned now have leads. So, did you find them? No. After we arrived, we didn't find the dragon talisman and the tiger talisman. However, we can confirm that the place had been searched by someone, with a clear purpose. Hearing this, Jackie felt his molars ache. 2 more talismans were gone, gone. Jackie, are you listening? I am, Captain Black. What is it? Any other news? We received confirmed information that the Dark Hand found the dog talisman. Our people were one step too late and didn't catch those criminals. Hearing this, Jackie actually breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the rat talisman or the sheep talisman, otherwise, who knew what strange abilities Shendu might have to find the rest of the talismans. This talisman is fine, it's not primarily for attack. He paused to organize his thoughts. There is one more thing I need to tell you. Our family is preparing to cross the United States. We will look for the remaining talismans as we pass through a few states. Could you please look for the horse and monkey? I will send you the location information later. Wearing the earphones, the sound was isolated, and Jackie naturally ignored the people around him, especially a curious fanatic. Just after hanging up the phone, Jade unbuckled her rear seatbelt, leaned on the center console armrest, and looked curiously at Uncle Jackie. What are the talismans? Jackie's hand holding the phone froze. He grimaced unnaturally. They're the 12 zodiac signs, 12 small stones. We are collecting them right now, but it's very hard to find them. Oh tilde. Jade groaned. It seemed a bit different from what she had imagined, and she slowly sat back in her seat. Glancing at Uncle, he continued along his previous train of thought. Uncle, the dog talisman wasn't found. What we have to do next will be even more troublesome. Why? He glanced at Jade, catching sight of her hands on her lap in his peripheral vision. Legend says the dog's power represents immortality, and it just so happens to be missing. Uncle, what should we do? Yeah. Uncle instantly bristled. What do you want Uncle to do? Go and snatch it back for you. I didn't mean that, Uncle. HMPH, just try to find the rest of them first. Jade held the other end of the earphones. She wasn't listening to music, but listening to the conversation between Uncle and Uncle Jackie. She still didn't understand the meaning behind it. Jackie drove the Hummer along the interstate. The road ahead was a vast expanse of reddish yellow, with tumbleweeds whistling past from time to time. Hot gusts of wind slammed into the car, and touching the glass, one could feel the scorching heat outside. Relying on his enhanced physical fitness, he didn't feel any burden. Initially, he had wanted to drive straight to the destination in one go, but clearly, elderly Uncle and young Jade couldn't handle it. In the past, Uncle could still fuss around making potions in the car, or flip through books to look up information to pass the time during the long journey. But now, Uncle wouldn't do anything. He didn't even know why Uncle wanted to go to San Francisco. Was it really to restock merchandise? At this moment, Uncle was slumped in the passenger seat, his head tilted back against the car window, listlessly staring at the passing scenery. Jade was even more bored, sitting in the car until her Rasul had left her body, her eyes dull, not knowing when it would ever end. It was hot outside the car, and the air was filled with the heavy scent of soil. As a state with tourism, copper mining, and agriculture as its pillars, it was filled with all sorts of people. The Hummer drove steadily along the interstate. The approaching road sign in the distance clearly displayed a few large characters, Phoenix. The famous city was not far off. The first goal of this journey in the true sense would be here. The same group of people was speeding along this same interstate. Valmont is furious. If we don't get the talismans this time, I feel like our lives are on the line. In the back row, Joe clutched his upper arms tightly, fearing the consequences. The boss was truly angry this time. What are you afraid of? Finn, on the contrary, was less worried. He understood the boss best. He at least understood the hint given before leaving. Even if they couldn't get it, they had to destroy it. This behavior was probably meant for that guy hanging on the wall. However, he squinted at the talisman tracker tucked into Toru's waist. This gadget could also summon Shotokan. It was a backup plan for that hanging pendant. So, if they couldn't get it, they couldn't let the Shotokan get it either. Look. Ratso, who was driving, found the Hummer in front of them strangely familiar. With intense curiosity, he pulled up from the side to drive parallel. Looking past Toru in the passenger seat, although the car opposite had black glass, it didn't obscure Jackie's distinct image. Several people looked over in unison. Jackie was equally puzzled as to why the car that had overtaken him wasn't accelerating. Turning his head to look back, the dark hand. It's Jackie. Joe said. Ratso. Finn pointed at Jackie. Ram him, flip his car. All right. Bang, bang, bang. After continuous collisions, Jackie's car didn't budge, only suffering some scratched paint, while their SUV's right eye couldn't hold on and dangled to one side. Wow, Uncle Jackie, who are they? Jade gestured excitedly, claws and all. This journey was finally getting interesting. Sit still, Jade. Adjusting the gears, Jackie glanced sideways at them. With a heavy roar, he tipped his head slightly, and the speed immediately picked up. Chase him. Finn, from behind the center console, slapped the talisman tracker hard to encourage Ratso, but then. Screech. The Hummer slammed on the brakes, and Ratso subconsciously braked to slow down as well, but the opponent's acceleration was fast, and they floored the gas again, driving straight away. Left alone, Finn fell face first, hitting the windshield, then tumbled into the front row space. His abdomen pressed against a sharp object. He subconsciously turned around, accidentally hitting the steering wheel and causing it to spin. Losing support, he sat on a protruding object. Finn's entire face twisted, squeezed around his nose. That stinging sensation tilde. Ratso and Toru disdainfully lifted Finn up, one on each side, while Joe helped pull, and they roughly threw him onto the back seat. With the violent squeezing and shaking, the previous tearing sensation was forcibly closed. Finn clutched his butt, curling up and squirming in the back row. His white suit doesn't have any blood, he should be fine. Ratso observed carefully, lingering fear in his heart, as if he were the one experiencing it all. Jackie simply braked and then accelerated again. Looking in the rearview mirror and seeing that the dark hand's car hadn't started up again, he curled his lips in triumph. Uncle. The situation was temporarily clear. Jackie turned around, only to be locked onto by two pairs of murderous glares. A strike of fury. Ouch. Jackie covered his head with one hand, tears almost falling from the pain. Sorry, Uncle, and Jade. Do you want to shake Uncle's old bones apart? Uncle was absolutely furious. How are you driving? Cool tilde all right, Jade is magnanimous, I'll forgive you. She interrupted Uncle's scolding. Who are they? You haven't told me yet. Jade. He stopped her sternly. That group are members of an international criminal organization, the Dark Hand. In the future, if you see them, you must stay away immediately, you hear? Got it, Uncle Jackie. Having experienced the previous incident, Jade had actually been forced to grow up quite a bit, and she believed that Uncle Jackie would protect her, as well as Uncle, Peter, and Gwen. Jackie could actually see the differences and changes in Jade compared to before, so he weighed it carefully. Uncle, the sheep talisman was something I found and retrieved when it was being shipped at the train station. What should we do? Uncle is not Superman. I am out to restock merchandise. You do everything yourself. Jade, come with me. All right then. He parked the car in the parking lot and instructed Jade, stay close to Uncle, don't run around, you hear? Understood, Uncle Jackie. Jackie hurried away, but didn't completely leave. Instead, he turned into a place out of sight and walked slowly, heightening his perception. It was clear that Jade had still followed. He stopped, waiting for the sneaky little one behind a certain car to come out on her own. As expected. About half a minute later, Jade came out with her head lowered and approached Uncle Jackie. You explicitly promised me I would follow Uncle, right? Yes, Uncle Jackie. Jade lowered her head, not daring to look at him. This left Jackie completely helpless. He sighed and snapped his fingers to get her attention. All right, since you're here, just come with me. Jackie walked in front. We are looking for a small hexagonal stone with a sheep image on it, a sheep talisman. Don't run around, just help me ask around. Understood, Uncle Jackie. Jade patted her chest in assurance. When it comes to finding things, Jade is a professional. The train station was crowded with people, a constant stream of travelers with bags large and small. Jackie remembered that the train was on the freight line, so he headed straight toward the back of the station. Jade's movements were equally agile, following Uncle Jackie with ease, until he lightly vaulted over the wall without noticing her. Jade had to call out in a hushed voice, Uncle Jackie, what about me? She grabbed the iron fence. The gap was a full 2 meters high with nothing to step on. Jackie, realizing belatedly, returned and stared at Jade, thinking for a moment, you go to the front and watch the vehicles coming in and out. See if there are any special items, especially wooden crates, you hear? Then how should I contact you? A headache-inducing problem. Jackie tapped his chin in thought. You go first, I'll check inside and come out immediately. Okay, Uncle Jackie. Jackie's agile figure weaved around the forklifts. Relying on the cargo for cover, he easily bypassed the guards and arrived at the edge of the train platform. Forklift after forklift, carrying heavy loads, slowly placed the cargo into the train cars amidst the sound of alarms. Hurry up. The train is about to depart. Until a blue forklift carrying a wooden crate, unstable and wobbling on its forks, caught his eye. His eyes lit up. That's the one. Meanwhile, on the platform, the train was about to start. The workers had finished loading their cargo and left, only this driver was the last one. The shadow of the cargo, along with the shadow of the forklift, was cast onto the ground. Several darker shadows suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Jackie didn't dare hesitate. Just as he rushed up, 4 people suddenly charged out from the other side. The Dark Hand. Jackie. Both sides were stunned for a moment. Stop him. Toru held the talisman tracker and shouted at Jackie. The Shotokan abandoned their chance to grab the talismans and all flashed over to surround Jackie. Ah! The workers shouted in terror. Get out of here. Jackie cleared an escape route for him, grabbed his collar, and yanked him out of the driver's seat. That way, run. The battle broke out immediately. The Shotokan didn't have so many scruples. The Shotokan had suffered losses before, so they didn't engage in close quarters combat immediately. Instead, they pulled out throwing stars to keep Jackie at bay, guiding his movement. But times had changed. He leaned back and bent his waist, narrowly dodging the first wave of attacks. Jackie waved his hand, forcefully intercepting the throwing stars and sending them all back. PFF'd, PFFT, PFFT. The Shotokan didn't have any reaction at all and all fell under their own throwing stars. From the shadows, more Shotokan were still gathering. Toru and the others had already opened the wooden crate. The sheep talisman was lying inside the protective bubble wrap. It's too late. Jackie gestured back with his hand. The sheep talisman shook, and then, as if it had found its master, it flew rapidly toward him, meeting his power. No! Finn shouted, and at the same time, he pulled out a laser sword, wanting to go down in a blaze of glory. Jackie had learned from his mistakes. How could he let him get his way? Controlling the talisman to dodge for a split second, he simultaneously made the four oddly shaped figures crash into an invisible wall. As the sheep talisman approached him, it turned into a stream of energy and surged directly into his body. Before Jackie could savor the feeling, Finn had already taken the trio and fled. Toru looked at the police rushing over from a distance, didn't say a word, and quickly chased after them to leave. Jackie still wanted to stop them, but just then, police climbed up the stairs from the other side. One group moved to restrain him, while another group went to chase after Toru and the others. Ah, I can explain. Hands up, stand still. The police officer held up a gun, you'd better not make any other moves. Jackie obediently complied. By the time he was escorted out of the train station, Jade spotted him. Uncle Jackie. He looked toward the sound. Call Captain Black and tell him I've been arrested and need his help. Jade pulled out that business card she had been strictly ordered to always carry. She snatched a phone from a passerby. Sorry, let me borrow this, I'll return it immediately. The passerby yelled, but seeing it was just a child, didn't make too much of a fuss. Antique Street. Leaving Uncle Jackie behind, he intentionally let Jade go. This girl couldn't be with him because the thing he was looking for might bewitch the mind, and a child's pure body was a natural vessel. Uncle opened his canvas bag, held it open, and leaned his head in to rummage around for a while. He pulled out a base similar to a bowl, a small pufferfish, and a mysterious tail hair. He placed the pufferfish into the base, inserted the tail hair, and then pulled a seasoning box from the bag. Inside was a gray powder, which he sprinkled onto the tail hair while chanting, Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao, Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao, Yumo Gui Gui Fi Di Zhao. As the incantation deepened, the tail hair and the pufferfish began to glow with a faint green light. As if caught in a breeze, it swayed from side to side. Only then did Uncle put everything away, carrying this magic detector as he entered the antique street. The sign at the entrance read, Antique Market. After strolling around for a while, it felt more like a flea market. Used furniture, appliances, farm tools, and even second-hand cars all had a spot. In the market, Asian faces made up almost half of the crowd, and of those, only half were selling what could truly be called antiques. Come and take a look, a Roman plate. Sir, a pharaoh's wand from Egypt, come take a look. Uncle walked past one stall after another. The detector in his hand remained perfectly still, not even a strong gust of wind could make it bend. No, don't block Uncle's path. Seeing the detector show no reaction, he didn't want to waste any more time. HMPH, old man. The young man stepped aside resentfully, wishing he could give him a shove. But if he didn't make a sale, he wouldn't have dinner and would have to go hungry again. After thinking for a long time, he opened a small bag hidden at the very bottom. He held a sword tip in his hand. It was sharpened, but didn't feel sharp to the touch. Only a bone-chilling cold instantly spread through his entire body, and he instinctively let go, dropping it onto his stall. At this moment, Uncle's detector suddenly bent backward, toward the place he had just walked past. He turned around quickly and followed the detector's guidance. In less than a minute, he was standing in front of the young man again. The young man had just recovered from that sensation when he was distracted by the shadow overhead. It's you, old man. Uncle adjusted his glasses. Young people should be polite. He looked down to find the object, and there it was, the broken sword tip. He looked at the detector in his hand again. This thing didn't seem to be working very well. How much for this? Uncle was eager to get it and didn't care if he hiked the price maliciously. You know what this is. I don't. Then I'm not selling. After a long while, Uncle was so annoyed with this white boy that he started telling a story. In the distant China, there was a god named Zhang Kui, who spent his whole life dedicated to eradicating demons. This broken sword wasn't his personal weapon, but one that was born and nurtured over endless years by absorbing the magic power from Zhang Kui's demon slaying. The boy curled his lip, looking completely skeptical. Really? Is it really that spooky? HMPH, young man, you should have felt its chill just now, shouldn't you? He twisted awkwardly. $1,000, and you can take it. However, Uncle immediately went crazy. Are you crazy with poverty, or do I look like an easy target? He struck a crane spreads wings pose. Do you believe I'll beat you up? The young man narrowed his eyes arrogantly, curling his lips with satisfaction. No price reduction, $1,000. With no other choice, Uncle walked away, pained. He looked back every few steps. The truth was he didn't have that much money on him right now, and Uncle Jackie wasn't by his side. He slapped his thigh in annoyance. Why did he let Jade go? Otherwise, he could have just taken this thing. As soon as Uncle left, the young man felt incredibly regretful, thinking he had set the price too high and driven away a customer. Just as he was about to call the old man back, a black shadow appeared under his feet and quickly enveloped his body. Just as he raised his hand to call for help, he discovered in terror that he couldn't move. He strained his eyes to look down and saw a jerk in the form of a ninja appear in his shadow, clamping onto both of his arms, while another reached out to grab the broken sword. Bang! As soon as the ninja made a move, it instantly dissipated into thin air. The boy looked in that direction with difficulty and was immediately moved. This old man, no, this old grandpa, was really a good person. He was even willing to come back to save him. You mo gui gui fi di zao. You mo gui gui fi di zao. You mo gui gui fi di zao. Uncle stood there holding the pufferfish in front of his face. With him at the center, a magic field made of magic power expanded, instantly obliterating all the ninjas. Fortunately, the kid's stall was in a corner, so not too many people noticed, though there were still quite a few people watching nervously. Uncle put away the pufferfish, crossed his arms, and watched him quietly, waiting for what he had to say. The boy quickly picked up the broken sword and handed it over with both hands. Old grandpa, to be honest, I was counting on this to turn things around, otherwise I'd have to go hungry tonight. $500, how about it? Although Uncle was stingy, he could be quite generous at times. He could tell at a glance whether this young man was lying or not, so. You pack up your stall and come with me first. Once I find my nephew, I'll give you the money. The young man let out a long sigh of relief. So you just didn't have that much money on you. He quickly started packing up his things. He rubbed his hands nervously. That scene just now had really scared him. Old grandpa, will those guys come looking for me again? With this thing in my hands, they won't bother you, but. Uncle looked him over, rummaged through his canvas bag again, and pulled out 3 different powders. He took his water cup and mixed the powders with the water, shook it up, and handed it to him. Drink it. What is this? He leaned in to smell it. It smelled very strange, and he pursed his lips, afraid to take a sip. HMPH, Uncle has already done what he needed to do. Whether you drink it or not is your business. On the other side, after making the call, Jade squatted at the entrance of the police station, drawing circles on the ground with a pebble. She thought about the recent events, especially Captain Black. He was Uncle Jackie's good friend, and whenever something happened, they went to him to solve it. So, was he a high-ranking agent? That must be why they went to him. Jade couldn't figure it out, but she secretly made up her mind. In the future, whatever happened, she must stick closely to Uncle Jackie's side. That way, she wouldn't be so passive and wouldn't be left in the dark about everything. Jade. Uncle Jackie. Hearing this, she stood up in a flash. Seeing who it was, she threw herself into his arms. Sorry, Jade, I made you worry. He gently patted Jade's back to comfort her. Wah, I thought you wouldn't be able to get out. Didn't I get out? Come on, take a deep breath, relax. Let's go find Uncle. Okay. The streets of Phoenix were filled with a gentle, moist vapor, not as dry as one might imagine. Yet, the city still endured the scorching heat of the sun, compelling people to crowd into air-conditioned places most of the time. Outside the police station, with Captain Black's timely help, Jackie quickly received courteous treatment from the relevant personnel. He didn't face any difficulties at all and easily left the police station. He saw Jade not even bothering to hide from the sun, sitting blankly on the steps waiting for him to appear. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. After comforting Jade, they prepared to go find Uncle. Ever since the sheep talisman entered his body, strangely, there was a weird feeling, unlike any other talismans, surging within him. The rooster and ox were gentle, full, and refined, enveloping him day after day, strengthening his physique. Since the sheep entered his body, He felt, in a mysterious way, that the three animals weren't just the shape of talismans, but the animals themselves, manifesting their true forms within his bizarre sensations. In this sensation, the sheep was like a violent animal, bullying the rooster hiding in the corners, and occasionally headbutting the honest and steady ox. It seemed to fear nothing in heaven or earth, just putting its head down and charging. As this unfolded, he could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene effectively. In the distance, Jackie saw Uncle walking this way with a young man and subconsciously put his hand on Jade's shoulder. A burst of energy naturally discharged, and she, not understanding why, immediately slumped to the ground. Jade, not realizing her situation in the slightest, ran joyfully toward Uncle. Uncle, we just found the sheep talisman. Watching Uncle and the strange boy walk past her as if they didn't see her, she chased after them, full of question marks. Uncle. Uncle. Receiving no response to her continuous calls, Jade stood in front of them, feeling annoyed, and spread her arms to block their path. To her surprise, they both walked straight through her body one after the other. Uncle noticed Jade had fallen and quickly stepped forward. He saw Jackie gently holding Jade in a position that looked like she was sleeping. Because he saw a strange boy, he didn't make a scene, realizing he might have triggered the sheep talisman's power and released it onto Jade. What's going on? Uncle stepped forward, took her wrist, and checked her pulse to examine Jade's condition. It's nothing, Uncle, she's just asleep. His gaze fixed on the person beside him. Who is this? He raised his hand and struck. Awu tilde. Jackie had no choice but to take the hit head on. Uncle bought a good thing but didn't bring money. Pay, Jackie. Uncle, look, I don't have free hands right now, my wallet is in my pocket. He sent the young man away. Jackie shouted into the air, Jade, hurry back into your body. If you don't go back, I'm going to spank you. It was strange, how could the power he released not see Jade's soul state? Jade pouted, she hadn't experienced this state enough yet. If Uncle Jackie actually spanked her, EU tilde. Jade shivered, just thinking about it was embarrassing. She quickly floated back into her body. What happened? Uncle asked in a deep voice, watching Jade return to her bouncy state. I think my power conflicts with the sheep talisman. It is a bit out of control, as if it lacks a little discipline. Uncle pondered. Jade was chattering on the side, Uncle Jackie, can I experience that again? Cool tilde it's simply too magical. No, Jade, this is very dangerous. Leaving your body for a long time might harm your body and your soul. After being scolded, Jade was much quieter but still very happy. You are missing the tiger talisman, Jackie. Uncle instinctively wanted to pull out a book, paused for a moment, and continued, or the dragon talisman, they will help you balance your power or discipline the other animals. This, you know, Uncle, those two talismans were taken, I can't find them for the time being, and I still need your help. Then you must first find a talisman that can control a stubborn sheep, for example, a dog. This was speechless, the important talismans for him were all not on him. What was he supposed to do? The next destination's talisman is still the rat. Heavens, I just hope this sheep talisman can be a bit more obedient. Uncle's antique shop. Class dismissed. Peter and Gwen had been busy with high-intensity work for Dr. Connor's experiment for 2 days. Now that they finally had some free time, they thought about going to the shop to sit for a while, maybe snag a good meal. Peter took out the key and skillfully opened the door. The large uncle's antique shop was empty, even Jade wasn't there. Returning to the front desk full of confusion, Gwen saw a note left for them, saying they were going on a long trip, to contact if there was an issue, and to solve it themselves if not. Fine then tilde, Gwen helplessly let her arms drop, picked up the note, and waved it at Peter. So, what should we do? She looked at Peter with anticipation. He placed their school bags on the table where they always studied. How about we take a look at the magic books first? I'm also quite curious about what magic is like. He went over to close the door and draw the curtains. Gwen thought that made sense, and they went together to that mysterious and exciting study. She had already skimmed through the basics of magic and had a clear concept. If they were to practice now, she worried if there would be any danger. Peter was very familiar with this room. Based on what he knew, he took some very simple materials and a guidebook. These materials are simple and easy to find, enough for us to try. You shouldn't be making any strange magic, right? Peter wasn't sure and looked at Gwen with doubt. This made Gwen very annoyed. She was a beginner, it was one thing not to have confidence in her, but to question her. Fine, fine, he's the boyfriend she chose. Can't get angry, can't get angry. Gwen took a few deep breaths, which made Peter a bit awkward. He shrugged and helped her out, not daring to question her anymore. Prepared, Gwen opened her basic manual, searched for a suitable spell, and explained, this magic is one that makes inanimate objects come alive and obey one's commands. Gwen checked against the contents of the book one by one. Powdered turtle shell, black octopus king. What kind of animal is this? The name was very strange, just a section of a tentacle with suction cups. There were only a few kinds, and she finished selecting them. Gwen placed the cauldron that Uncle always used in front of her and proceeded slowly and meticulously, following the order and proportions. Poof tilde. Very lucky, on the first try, the cauldron successfully bubbled green, indicating success. A full hour. Gwen repeatedly checked the steps and proportions in the book. It clearly stated 10 minutes would suffice, she didn't know why it took so long. Gwen was a bit insecure. Although the potion looked good, she was still very nervous. Peter poured the brewed potion into a test tube, looked at Gwen, and encouraged her. Let's try it, shall we? That's all we can do for now. Coming to the hall. Gwen followed behind Peter, they wouldn't dare use Uncle's antiques for experiments. Scanning the room, he found a rope about 3 meters long on the front desk. Peter didn't hesitate and poured it directly on. Although it was a liquid, it was as if a sponge had instantly absorbed the moisture upon contact with the object, leaving no trace. The two looked at each other. In less than a moment. The rope glowed green, twisted its body like a snake, stood upright, observed left and right anthropomorphically, and struck at Peter instantly. This strike was completely unexpected. Gwen didn't react in time, but Peter, relying on his great strength, dodged the initial impact. He immediately looked at Gwen, and seeing her suspicion, thought to himself, not good. His move was a bit too exaggerated, it didn't look like something a person could do. Fortunately, he had already seen the essence of the rope, it should be that the magic mentioned in the book had indeed taken effect. Stop! Stop! Gwen shouted in worry, but the rope attacked Peter even more unscrupulously. He dodged and shifted continuously, chose an appropriate moment, was bound and fixed tightly by the rope, and fell straight to the ground. Oh, Peter! Gwen was extremely worried and pulled hard, which only made the rope tighter. I'm fine, Gwen. Peter endured the rope digging into his muscles and chuckled. I'm fine, Gwen, look for the counter spell, or try scissors. However, physical means were useless. Gwen could only hope to find the counter spell. Flipping the pages rapidly, she saw the key sentence at the very bottom, dissipates when the magic power wears off. There's more, there's more. Gwen continued to read, it also says, the more perfect the creation, the longer the effect. Peter, you. Oh, no. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.